I'm going to begin, and I'm going to begin with a bit of a longer summary of the last session because it has been a month. This story began with Naomi Kamakami, who was traveling to a vineyard by carriage. And in that carriage were two other women. Um, a catfolk Amarissa, who was a little bit too nosy about Naomi, and somebody who was slightly snoring in the background, having a nightmare. Amarissa asked a few questions of Naomi because she was bored, and Naomi kind of gave a little summary of her adventures so far. And Naomi has been traveling the world, and she told a little bit of the things that she had encountered. In the Drakenova Plains, Naomi had encountered a group of kobolds living in a large metallic structure called a Titan. Perhaps one day another story about that Titan can be told. In the Bristol Fir Highlands, there was a little trader's town named Morgana. And those townsfolk were on edge, especially two sisters named Lenine and Mira, who were suspicious of Naomi because of some kind of bloodbath that didn't happen that long ago in the Iron Pass. Naomi also traveled through that Iron Pass. And there, in the mining quarry, covered in dried up blood, she encountered a strange one-eyed thing that just disappeared. It really unsettled her. She learned that these creatures were referred to as void echoes, and that they pop up randomly. There's not a good explanation, but it certainly stuck into her mind. After that, Naomi traveled to the Dragon Sage Plains, which has all kinds of runes covered in a mysterious glow, and they feel static, but sometimes also like a little fiery. Then, later than that, she was heading into the direction where she needed to go, into Concordian territory, in the Savon Roads, where she learned the presence of strange lightning scorpions. These creatures were formed when lightning strikes hit them, and then a phenomenon not fully understood, but still being researched, causes lightning elementals to turn into scorpions that go over the ground. After that, Naomi told all that to Amarissa. Amarissa also told a little bit about herself. And she ran a lounge, and everybody has received a little card, and there on the map is Amarissa's lounge also pointed out. I'll tell about a little bit about that later. But she is looking for people to help with entertainment and keeping her patrons busy. But she had been having some issues with wine deliveries. And so she was heading to the Wineyard, a vineyard named Wineyard, because it's a yard long. And she was heading there to get a few things sorted out. Naomi was also heading there because she wanted to get some kind of gift for her new mentor in the second year at the Cursebreakers Academy. In that carriage, there was another lady, Vitalia. At that moment, she was having a nightmare of something that happened a little while ago. Vita is a clumsy young lady and hasn't been able to keep a good job. She lives with her mother, but she's always been curious about her father. She knows that he was probably not human, perhaps a luminary. But her mother has always been a bit distant about the subject. Vita always knew that there were just a few strange things, little accidents, little magical sparklies. And that's the reason why she got fired all the time. She knew that there were schools for spellcasters, but, she didn't have the money, and her mother also didn't have the money for that. And eventually, the friendly Mr. Boris offered her a job in a kitchen, as a chef at a bakery. Well, it didn't take long before she entirely blew the entire bakery and the whole city ablaze, by accident. But also something else happened. At the moment that all that chaos broke free, she mustered her courage and just lifted a metal rod, threw it out of the way, saving her mother. At some point during all that chaos while the city was ablaze, she heard a voice. And it said to calm that fear would be her enemy. And Something within her sparked, and she summoned a giant rain cloud, putting out the fire. And even though that she knew that she caused it, nobody else seemed to suspect that. And she was seen as a savior, but she knows the truth. Vita awoke from her nightmare sweaty, while Naomi and Amarissa were a little confused. And it seems that she was heading to the vineyard to get a very specific bottle of wine, on the request of her father, although she told everyone that she was a servant there. Einar Gidencera, the last luminary that lives in Costa del Rugido, and the last luminary on this entire side of the continent. Well, except Vita, who's a half luminary.
Mm-hmm.
A few hours earlier than the adventures of those two, someone else woke up. Rose also suffered a nightmare. Rose, a kind young lady, born from a little town named Kalakari near the shore, had a twin sister named Snow White, and their lovely mother Callista, who served as the town's mayor and spiritual leader. During the White Dove ceremony, a celebration for the harmonious passing of people, Rose was having a little difficulty with her light that she had to carry all the way to, the altar. But, her sister Snow, always perfect, covered for her. Rose's mother noticed that, and she took her daughter out to a little celebration, just one-on-one daughter bonding. And she told her a little bit about, that her mother Callista was thinking about perhaps dating. She met someone. And she also told her about her wings maybe showing up soon. It completely, Rose was entirely excited, until a certain strange purple cloud appeared, and the entire town was just sunken into the sand. At some point, Rose tried to reach out for the town, and she was also sunken into the sand, and her mother couldn't save her, and she snapped from that nightmare. She got up, she saw her mother, who, it would be the anniversary of the town's disappearance. And, Rose is just sad that her mother is just unable to pick up her life again. But Rose has hope. Perhaps there is still something that she can do for her. But her mother just needs more time for now. She headed to Thalga's workshop, a close friend, because now Rose lives in Sarapat, a settlement of dwarves not that far from the mountains, and not that far from the ruins of Kalkari. There, Thalga is kind of the lead architectural designer and has made a name for herself creating the Shield of the Oasis, a very intricate system using kind of fancy ice gemstones that are able to create kind of sprinkler systems to cover the plains of orange and also warding off strange creatures. She checked out her notes and her entire diagram of her system and noticed that one light was blinking. She helped a little bit around the town, getting the irrigation system up and running, and then the light was fully off. Together, she and Rose headed to the vineyard, named Vineyard. And they encountered the other two, who were about to be attacked by desert Ankex, because yes, Thalga was right, the system had shut down somehow. And now Desert Ankex were being lured to that vineyard because of the sweet smell and, of course, tasty workers in the fields who would be distracted. Luckily enough, the four young ladies managed to fend off those Ankex through chaos magic. The three young students of the Cursebreakers Academy met Vita. She definitely looks cursed, because, sometimes just her complete magic was completely out of chaos.
You look cursed.
Yeah, she created grease everywhere. She summoned strange creatures from a realm named Nidavellir, which Thalga was immediately intrigued by. She turned herself into a very capable fighting sheep, somehow. And she suddenly sparked lightning breath from her mouth, all kinds of chaotic magic that, after a minute, came to a stop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The three ladies, the three others, each have a particular kind of interest in her, probably. Naomi has been trying to find the gifts for her new mentor that she definitely wants to impress, perhaps. Now she knows of a servant who lives in his mansion. Thalga, well, she summoned creatures from an ancient scripture from Nidavellir of dwarven creatures from thousands of years ago. Well, that's certainly something of interest.
Maybe we need to dissect her.
Exactly. And Rose, realizing that when she sensed her magic, it was like anything that she's ever felt before. Because her magic isn't one of the 8 types, it's all of them combined into one source of untapped potential. And the strange ninth sensation that she couldn't exactly place. So she also took an interest. Because, well, if she is cursed, perhaps it could also help her a little bit in finding out what happened with Kalkari. Still something that she desperately wants answers for, but has not yet achieved. When the 4 ladies came on to the vineyard, Talga fixed up the system with using a backup gem that they still had in storage, but it was odd. That gemstone was entirely drained of its energy, which would be impossible. It was quickly discovered that that gemstone originated from Einar Gidentsira, the last luminary of the city. So perhaps Talga could make the guesstimate of guesstimate. Perhaps she could inform him, or could talk to him, or at least a servant, which now is there. About that servant part, at some point, well, Vita blurted out, "I'm the daughter, I'm the child." But the fancy clothes that her father gave her, with a very particular fancy gemstone, sparked up, and everybody got memory wiped for the last minute, last few seconds. It was kind of a very interesting spell that was cast at that moment, and everybody forgot that she said that. And Vita heard a very angry voice in her mind. Mm-mm-mm-mm. So she may be wondering if her father is very unhappy about that.
Mm-hmm.
And now we continue this adventure. Did someone else want to add something to my summary?
Nope.
Did anyone have any questions about the last session? Alrighty, then we continue. Rose and Talga, those two returned back to Sahabat to prepare to go to the Cursebreakers Academy, and we'll see them in a little while. But we'll focus on these two first. Vita and Naomi. Vita and Naomi took the same carriage back. I don't think that Naomi really found an interesting type of wine, because, well, you were there to collect some type of wine, so perhaps she could ask a few questions what her, well, master would like as a gift. What you also notice is that there was a change of the guard, and the same guard that approached you during that incident, Abidon, is now the one driving the carriage with just you two. And Marissa remained at the vineyard. So, it's basically a night travel right now. Would you two want to talk, or are you just going to sleep? You can talk about anything that you want the entire day, whatever happened with that wild magic. Or perhaps Talga of Naomi has questions.
I think for the first bit of the travel, Naomi would be silent, just thinking about what happened that day. And at some point, she would turn towards Vita and say, "So, what the hell happened?"
I think Vita would have been quiet as well. I think she would still very much be on edge, processing what happened, and clutching the bottle of wine that she picked up. Hearing over and over in her head the angry voice of her father telling her off for spilling his secrets. So I think she would be surprised when we started to talk to her and stare at her for for a few seconds, like processing what did you just ask me, before saying, I don't know, I this has never happened before. I don't know. I haven't always had these powers. I mean, they've always been some part of me, but never like this.
Roll a quick deception check for me against insight, because it has happened once before when she turned the whole
True.
town ablaze.
Ooh. Well. Deception, eh?
Yeah.
7.
A natural 20 for a 24.
You
So I'm
understand-
also a bad liar. Okay.
She said that it never happened before, but you noticed just like a hiccup in her voice. Probably not the first time. Continue your conversation.
Never happened before.
Not like this.
So it
I
has-
haven't
so it
turned
has.
myself into a sheep before. I don't know how I did it, but I'm glad it wore off.
I can understand that. It was quite strange, to say the least.
Yes, I agree. It was.
Above game might be an interesting note. Is Naomi maybe a bit offended in her honor that she was stuck in that oil or something?
Who knows?
Perhaps.
So, in the event that we have another fight on our hands, let's first of all hope not. Is there any way you can warn me before you? Something like that? Is it,
That's the thing. I don't know when this happens. I didn't see it coming today. I have no training in magic whatsoever. I mean, I've always known I had some sort of magic, but it never manifested like this. So I have no idea what happened and how I did it and if it will happen again.
well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's also the reason why I try to use little magic. If in any magic at all, I try not to use my powers. But I mean, today when we got attacked by those things, I sort of had to, I guess.
I mean, there are other ways of fighting. Do you know other ways of fighting?
I mean, of course I've heard of weapons, and I have a few. I just don't know how to use them well. I have no training whatsoever. I'm a nobody. I've lived in a small town my entire life. I've never been outside of that town until now, or at least until recently, before I started working at the mansion. I came here. I never thought I would use those kind of skills.
Well, if you ever feel the need of wanting to learn how to use them, it might be beneficial if you're saying that you don't want to use magic to use other things or means to defend yourself.
I mean, that does sound like a good idea.
On the other hand, Vita may think that it's perhaps part of denying her a part of herself. Yes,
No.
it's so intricate in whatever she does.
It is, but she's very afraid of it.
Mm-hmm.
So she might also try and run away from that fear.
Mm-hmm.
And the chaos.
And chaos and try to deny what she is.
Shall we reflect for a second on one of your first meetings with your father?
Okay.
We interrupt this conversation for a second. And Vita,
Mm-hmm.
you for a moment think back on the first time that you were invited into the mansion.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a few months ago. Because you say right now that you are afraid of your magic. And yes, you were. When you had that incident with the fire,
Mm-hmm.
you were very afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Until at some point after you heard that voice, a letter showed up. And that letter invited you to go to Costa del Regido,
Mm-hmm.
to the mansion near the dockyards. Would you have informed your mother about that? I assume you would.
Yes.
Your mother then kind of suggested, well, I always knew that this day would probably arrive. It's good that he finally admitted to it. She lets out a long sigh, because your mother, of course, has moved on with her life, found a new partner. But there's still an underlying sadness.
Mm-hmm.
Your mother would have told you that Einar, the last luminary in Costa del Regido, had long denied that you were his daughter. He said, or she would have said that he shouted that he couldn't have any children, and that this would have never happened, and that she was lying, and that she cheated, and she kicked her out of the mansion. Of course, due to regulations within the city, he couldn't just fire her without any money. So arrangements were made, because it's kind of like a communism system.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually your mother was forced to move back, and you received a letter. And then you did arrive at that mansion. And I actually have that mansion for you.
Mm-hmm.
And we will be reflecting back on that particular day.
Mm-hmm.
So, right now, you are arriving at this mansion. At the moment that you arrive there, who turned on winter? Because just within a certain radius of this fancy mansion, it's snowing in the middle of a desert region.
Ooh.
Place yourself on the map.
Place myself on the map. I
You would arrive from this direction, and this is the entrance.
And this
to,
the gate.
this is kind of like the gate.
Okay, so
The
I
gate
think
kind
she
of
would
like
just,
opens up for you,
Yeah,
and
I think she would have just passed through the gate, gaping with wide eyes at everything that she's seeing. Not only because of the eternal winter, but also because it's a very beautiful and lush place. It radiates wealth,
it certainly radiates wealth.
and Vita has never seen something like that before. I mean, she's growing up. She didn't really. I mean, her mother provided for her, but it was never. They never had well enough money to spare. It was she did grow up very poor, even though she did not lack in kindness and love. So she never had anything to ask for, but it was certainly very different from the place that she just arrived at. So I think she would just stay there and look around and gape at everything that she sees.
Around this entire beautiful mansion, there are statues. All of them have pointy ears. All of them kind of remind you of the shape that your ears have been slowly turning into.
Mm-hmm.
And there are like depictions of like great things that they do, like They also hold up chalices, and it's a beautiful place. It seems entirely untouched by anything unlike the rest of the city.
Mm-hmm.
Although you know about the ruins of Morion, not that far from this mansion, this place seems entirely untouched. And it seems to match the same architectural style. This place has been either restored or maintained very well. You are now making your way to the front entrance. You step forward and you come across a fountain that has been entirely frozen over, and like it's still sprouting, but it's sprouting kind of like more like icicle little shards.
Mm-hmm.
So it has been adapted to support these icicles that now slowly fall. What would you do? Because at this moment in time, you still feel that fiery flame and that worry that you have, and you keep yourself kind of like contained and anything. But when you arrive here, it's kind of like as if winter just comes in, kind of like a soft glaze over your skin. You feel that little fire kind of like sizzling a little bit. It's not sizzling out. It's just as if snow is covering around it. You still feel the warmth of it, but it's diminished.
Okay.
What would you do?
I think I would, out of curiosity, because Peter's of course very curious, try and catch one of the shards of ice that flow from the fountain, see how that works.
Well, it's a little, kind of like little, almost like diamond shaped. And, well, it is still ice, so at the moment that it touches your hand, you do notice that like a little bit from your veins, it's like a little bit of a fiery effect flames up, and it slowly just melts back into water.
Okay.
But it feels
curious.
Cool, it feels relaxing. But it's still curious why everything is winter here.
Yeah.
You have heard of a famed professor at the Cursebreakers Academy. You've never met them, and well, you only know that they are the last luminary here.
Does she know that the place belongs to Anna? Or does
She could make an estimated guess.
Okay. I think she would just marvel in everything that she sees before suddenly remembering why she's there and then knocking on the front door, I guess.
At the moment that she knocks on the front door, she's greeted by a servant. This servant is a lion folk, white, is kind of like also fancily dressed. Also gave her images that I can pakken. Okay. My system is failing me, but oh no, there she is. Greetings, Vitalia. We were expecting you.
You were? Hello?
We've been expecting you for the last few days now.
I...
Would you step in, please?
Okay. This place...
Gorgeous on the inside. You enter kind of like a foyer with like huge staircases and everything. It's still like it's an ice palace, so it's like there's like snow softly falling.
Glittering.
It's okay. Imagine Elsa's ice palace. It's
Oh.
gorgeous.
Wow. I think she would just be speechless for a few seconds, just looking around.
Make a perception check for me, really quick.
16... 15.
You notice that around this servant, there's kind of like a warm glow. Because she has this little necklace, this kind of like fancy like brooch. It's also kind of like a very fancy diamond that kind of like sparks a little bit of a radiant red energy. This person certainly doesn't feel cold. You don't feel either. But you would imagine that anyone who is not wearing such a brooch is freezing their whatever off.
Okay. I think that would make her very curious and she would ask about it. So, what is... Don't you feel cold?
No, my dear, I don't feel cold here, but it's a question that is often asked. That is, are you feeling cold right now?
No.
Okay, because she had like almost like a box ready with all these kinds of like little gems. Okay, just let me know if there's anything that you need. And she closes the box, places it right back near the entrance. You don't feel cold.
No, I don't feel cold right now, but why is it so cold in here?
Well, Lumen Einar is always in winter form.
What does that mean?
Well, he is a luminary, and he has changed this place into an ice palace. Although I know that he has the capability to perhaps change it, he does not. I do not know why he keeps it in ice form.
Okay.
However, your arrival, I am aware that there was one day that it was in spring.
Just one day?
One day. A bit
Strange.
around 18 years ago, perhaps.
Okay.
You heard it here.
I don't think she would make the connection, but all right. But why just one day?
It's not my place to answer that question. But Lumen Einar could perhaps answer that question for you. I will inform him of your arrival.
All right.
Please make your way to the throne room.
The throne?
Throne room. Although it's not really in use anymore, at one moment, the Gideon family once ruled this city.
Oh.
Nowadays, it's not that way anymore. But out of tradition, we take care of Gideon and any need that he needs. He is one of the last bastions of the old Marian culture that once thrived here, before it was destroyed.
Okay, all right. So, can you point me in the right direction?
Head straight through.
Okay.
Because at the end of this fancy foyer is like a huge archway heading into the throne room.
Okay. Well, thank you. No, she would.
Your room will be prepared as well.
I have a room.
Of course, you'll be staying with us.
Oh, okay.
You were not informed of this?
I wasn't sure. I just thought I would stop by and then return home.
Then I apologize for already informing you ahead of time. Please make your way to the throne room.
Thank you.
You feel a little on edge of this conversation, but
what's happening?
you make your way to the throne room. The ice even becomes more icicle, because at the beginning of the foyer there was still like some vibrant coloring. Now not anymore. Now it's just...
Out.
Hold on, it's this room.
Yeah.
Is the floor slippery?
The
Or
floor
icy?
there is carpet, and the carpet is kind of like glazed with like little bits of snow, but you feel like it's thick velvet.
Okay, so
But
it's not slippery at all.
Anything beyond this carpet would probably be slippery.
Okay, good to know.
Oh no. You step into this beautiful, fancy room,
Wow.
and you are arriving on that side.
Okay,
There is one giant seat, but, well,
Yeah.
take a gander at the map and just tell me what you would like to be told about.
Oh wow, what are those 4 statues?
There are indeed 4 beautiful statues with, well, warriors on horses. And these warriors, you do notice some of them have pointy ears, but others have helmets on. And they are riding on horses.
Do they give me more information about anything that I might have
Step to one of them that you would like to observe.
Just, I guess, the one that's closest.
Make an investigation check for me.
12. The elf. Sorry, elf.
There are strange kinds of markings that kind of resemble probably words,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not a language that you currently can understand. However,
What language
you do
is it?
feel a little strange sensation in your chest. And for a moment, you just kind of like envision like as if flowers would fall onto this statue.
Oh. What do I know? What kind of language it is?
I think you would probably guess that it may be a luminary language. But
Okay, because I do speak
yeah,
now,
but not now.
but not
Not now.
Not now. Okay.
That will be after this because this is in the past.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Clear. Okay. So I get the feeling of spring.
Yes.
All right. Then I think I would turn around, walk up to this one.
The beautiful feeling of spring turns like a harsh sunlight.
Wow. So it kind of, if I touch it, does it feel warm?
It feels warm, like
Oh.
the morning
Does the-
sun that shows
Yeah,
up.
does the snow also feel? I assume the rest is covered in.
It's still covered in snow, but you feel a sensation of a hot, scorching sun. And for a moment, you imagine as if it would be like covered in like a sunlight glaze.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not right now.
Okay. And I guess I would just cross the room and go to this one.
A fierce blowing whirlwind of leaves around you, you can sense.
I think at this point I would sort of make the connection to the Four Seasons. Just I wouldn't know what else to do with that information, just that it stands out.
It does. They seem to be kind of like knights of these kind of like seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like guardians or protectors. Or wardens.
Do they give off a sort of aggression or more like a protective feeling?
You would see that some of them are wearing shields. And they're of course on these horses as more like knights.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a little odd, but you don't feel any aggression, more like wardens or protectors.
Okay, all right. And I think I would just, to confirm, go over to the last one.
You notice that this statue has glowing, piercing eyes,
Oh.
which are active. You also notice that this one is wearing like a very strange kind of like helmet. And this one is indeed kind of like even more covered in snow than the others. There's a definite sensation of like snow here. It's like winter.
Mhm.
But you notice that their eyes are glowing. The others are not.
Does it give off a feeling that is sort of alive?
Make an Arcana check.
Oh, 16.
It feels alive.
It feels alive.
It feels alive. It like you sense a kind of presence in it.
Hmm. Does it do anything if I touch it?
I don't think it would, because at the moment that you would be about to touch it, you would hear a voice. Now, do not touch what doesn't belong to you, young lady.
I think it would startle me, and I would very quickly step away from the statue.
In the center of a room stands a man.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you see him, what is the first sensation that would be going through? Just a second while I get him. I have so many NPCs that my whole thing is sometimes tripping. One second.
Oh yeah.
Kind of like an ice prince,
Yeah.
covered in these kinds of like furs, long hair, in a braid. You notice one strange purple strand of hair, kind of like an icicle, kind of like crown with all these kind of little icicle gems in it. His outfit is covered in gems. You notice that right now he is kind of like holding a wand, with all these kind of like little gemstones in it.
Mhm.
Now, do not touch what doesn't belong to you, or did you not have any manners when you grew up?
I'm sorry. They were just so beautiful and interesting. I just wanted to see more, learn more about them. I'm sorry.
I see. I heard about your little incident.
Do
Will
I
you tell me about it?
recognize his voice?
Yes, you would.
That's the voice that I heard.
It was.
You were in my head.
Perhaps I was. Perhaps I wasn't. Does it really matter?
I guess it does. You helped me put out the fire.
You notice that they're very distant and they're kind of like a little pacing.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that they're also kind of like playing with something in there, like they're fiddling with something around their neck.
Did I see what it is?
Make an insight check.
Oh, insights. 20.
Oh, okay. It's a necklace that your mother also has.
Oh, so I also instantly recognize it. Wow, that necklace. My mother also has one.
How is she doing?
She's alright. She almost got badly hurt in the accident, but she's okay now. She's alright.
You notice that he's like there's an elongated sigh, kind of like looks away, puts the necklace away immediately when you caught him. Is she happy?
I would say so, but it hasn't been easy. Her life hasn't been easy, and it's also partly because of me, but yes, I would say she's happy.
Now, you will be staying here for the remainder of the year. We will begin your training immediately to control the chaos that you have inside of you.
Okay.
Understandable reaction.
All right, but who are you? Are you my father?
You will address me as either Lumen Gidensira or Lumen Einar, whatever you choose.
Okay.
Ja.
Ja. Sorry, dat kind is gewoon volledig overweldigd door zo iemand die voor de neus staat.
Yes, you.
Okay, yeah.
Changing her life.
Mm-hmm. All right. And I think she would now.
But your mother, like, you have a job. Like, what about her? And is she alone? And like, how will she will make money? And you barely scraped by.
I know that was what's coming next.
Yeah.
I think she would now also feel a bit more secure to step a bit closer, I guess. And then she would obviously, when she looks at his face, kind of see her own face looking back.
Perhaps. But you do notice that it's impossible for you to miss. There's a lot of pain in this expression. There's a lot of pain and suffering. What you always know from the depictions of Luminary is that they were always young-faced, always like picture perfect. But this man just looks damaged in the sense that it's an old man, but like you can even see like balloons and over and everything. This individual just looks permanently exhausted of everything in life.
Okay.
The embodiment of depression.
Yes. But my mom and I have job and the life, and what would become of my mum if I stay gone?
That will be arranged. You don't need to worry about that. That will be taken care of financially if you need. But right now you are staying here until you blow, unless you want to blow up another city.
No, I would not.
Good.
What would you want in return for all your troubles?
Is there anything you can offer me?
I could work, but
Well, you will certainly be working. You will certainly be working to control that chaos inside of you.
I mean, I'm very grateful, but what if everything goes wrong and I blow up this place?
Cast any spell that you know right now.
Okay.
You would basically know your cantrip, so you could try to
Yeah, a cantrip. I think a ray of frost would seem most safe right now.
Okay.
I guess, because if I don't think she would trust to cast firebolt.
You would reach out your hand, you would perhaps focus on a little bit of a cold energy, and at that second that happens, one of these fancy statues kind of their eyes glow up and they laser beam it right out of your hand.
I think she would scream and fall down, I guess, just to try and jump away, but get caught on her own feet and fall down.
You don't need to worry that your chaotic energy will destroy this place. This place is far too powerful for your measly half-blooded status. But in time,
Ow!
yeah, well, she would. He would say that.
Ouch.
I think the pain would be clearly visible on her face at those words, but she would quickly scramble up, stand up, and I don't know, just keep silent and just keep listening to whatever he has to say.
But in time, you may master it. The first important task is that we take control of your little chaotic magic right now, and that is where, in the first few months, you will be staying here.
Oh, all right.
In time, you may be able to tame what is inside of you.
I would really love that. Yeah.
The elemental forces of water, fire, earth, and air are inside of you. And you will at one moment master the fifth one as well. But for that, you need time.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why you'll be staying here, in the safety of this manor, where you can then master that chaotic energy inside of you. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Kaden! As then one of the side doors opens up and that same serpent arrives.
Mm-hmm.
See that Miss Vitalia has her room and everything set up, and training will begin at the next sunrise. And he just, without any other words, just immediately just walks away.
I thought I had
stare after him and then just wouldn't say another word, just follow along with the servant. Wow.
The servant, I don't have a mini them, but
Mm.
they stand in front of you. Are you alright, Miss Vitalia?
I will be.
You will be?
I will be fine. I just need to process this.
If there's anything that you need help with, you can always come to me. Or
Thank
any
you.
of the other servants here as well. I will be introducing you to them later.
That's very kind. Thank you.
Now, if you would follow me to your room.
Okay.
You are escorted to your room. It's a simple bedroom, but it's simple in the sense that this is like luxuriously simple. And like she talks about, well, we've set up you a simple room and you can do whatever you would not like to with it. Once a day we will clean it and everything will be taken care of. And like, it's kind of like a mixture of a hotel and like an actual royal room. But
so it would still be more luxury than Vita's ever seen before.
Yes.
Okay.
The rest of your room isn't in ice form. It's not in ice state.
Mm-hmm.
It's in whatever state you actually want, but that's
so
up to you.
A bit warmer, also warmer than the rest of the.
Probably.
Okay. All right.
She lets you into the room. She hands you a key of it as well. She also hands you kind of like a key of the mansion, but it's not like an actual key.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like a little diamond.
Okay.
Now, you can just hold this up to one of the gates and it will open up to you. And if there's anything, I'm typically around in the house.
Okay.
One thing though, you must find accommodations every month at the 30th. You are not to step into this mansion once per month.
Okay.
We will arrange any carriage if you want to visit your mother,
Mm-hmm.
or that you can stay somewhere in the city. But once a month, the mansion is unavailable for you.
Okay. All right. Can I ask why?
No. I have explicit instructions not to talk to you about this.
All right. I understand.
I understand that this is a lot to take in. It was at first for me as well.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask for one favor, though?
Of course.
What more can you tell me about Einar?
What wish you wish to know?
I guess just everything that I can.
Where would I begin? I've been here for many years. I actually took over for someone else who was removed from his service. I think around 18 years ago, perhaps. Now, as far as I know, Einar Gidinsira is the last luminary of the Great War 250 years ago. So he has seen everything. He has seen the rise of the city. He has seen every change. He saw the chaos and the ruin that has happened at that time. So I do not blame Lumina for, well, everything that has happened. He still advises as well the royal family. But, well, he is certainly cold.
Mm-hmm.
Not too.
I noticed that, yes. Okay, but
He's always very strict in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
He will soften up in time. I know that as well. The first time that I arrived here, well, I was also a little worried. But he's always been very respectful, but he can be rude.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Has he always been alone?
Well, I do know that he had a very close connection to one of the servants before I arrived here. I think that was the one who was let go. But before that, none of the servants that I have known or talked about, or some that even have retired, he always keeps to himself. He will be most found in his study alone.
All right. Thank you for telling me.
One thing. I am aware of the relationship that you two have, but all the other servants are not. We will keep it that way.
Okay.
Now, your clothes. I have a special outfit prepared by Lumen Einar himself
Mm-hmm.
for you. You must wear it at all times.
Oh, all right.
And in this case, she comes back with this very fancy garment that goes around your waist with the very fancy blue gemstone.
Mm-hmm.
The instructions are clear. You must wear this at all times. Luckily, the fabric is self-cleaning as well.
Oh,
For whatever the rest you wear, that is entirely up to you. But do not take it off.
okay.
I understand that this is a lot, but there is a special reason for it.
Do you know the reason?
Well, you are his daughter, aren't you?
I mean, it appears so. Yes.
Meaning that you are the first luminary-blooded individual born in over 250 years.
Oh. Okay. What does that mean?
We don't know either. Your father also does not know either.
That's a little frightening, I guess.
Just follow your father's instructions and teachings for now. And in the evening, we two will be studying the luminary language together.
Okay.
We will begin with the basics. So, first settle in and get used to your room, and supper will be served later.
Okay. Thank you for everything, and
Of course.
especially your kindness. I think I might hold on to that more than anything else in my time here.
You're very welcome. And if you need anything from the city, let me know. And soon, I will arrange that you are free to go to the city. As far as I know, Lumen Einar intends to keep you here. I do not believe in that, so I will be talking to him about that later.
Thank you. That sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Supper will be served in a few hours, and I will see you then.
All right. Okay.
And this memory for now ends, as we reflect back to the carriage. So, back in the carriage. This is everything that has been going through your mind up until this point. You are free to tell,
What's the going?
but you know what happens when you do.
So I don't.
Do I have to erase everyone's memories again? You're a disappointed.
Did she use a flashing thing on me before?
What were we talking about?
I don't know.
Well, you were certainly
I can't-
having a few questions about them being
Well-
a servant.
I can imagine that if you really snap back to this intense memory, you would actually have some moment like, wait, what did you ask me?
Yeah. What was the question?
Just pick up anywhere that you want.
Yeah, I'm thinking where I left it off. I think we were talking, at least talking about the weird magic. Oh, we were talking about training. So, yeah, if you need any weapon training, or want at some point.
I think a little introduction to weapons would never be a bad idea. Thank you. I'll think about it.
I mean, you said you were going to the Cursebreakers Academy as well, right? So
Yes.
you might find some time there. And about the well, your servant thing. It appears that my new mentor is going to be Einar.
Okay.
Since you clearly have met him before, I would like to make a good impression.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing as, well, I'm a human and he's a luminarian.
Mm-hmm.
They don't get along very well.
No, they don't.
Do you have any suggestions, or can you tell me anything about what he likes?
Well,
You have no idea.
I have no idea. Well, I don't know. I don't know him that well. He's, well, I assume you know what he's like.
Only from rumors, mainly.
You've
Only from like
Yeah.
he was not he taught Defense Against the Arcade, but like he was always distant. He would not say anything. He was like very practical. Just take your notes, write it down.
Hardly anything.
okay. I can't say for sure, but I think with hard work and dedication, you will come the farthest that you can with him. I guess I'm not sure, but that's what I think he values most from students. So my advice would be to be direct with him, but also keep showing him that you are very serious about your education and work hard. And I think that might be the best thing that you can do. I don't think he will respond well to bribes or too many gifts or seeming like you wanted too much. But that's just an idea. I can't say for sure. I don't know him that well.
I see. I guess I'll just have to keep doing what I'm doing then.
Yes. And perhaps he will.
Vita, you would realize that if Naomi has been noticed, that's already like a compliment in his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
In the sense that if the fact that Gideon and Sarah apparently knows or even cares to even think about Naomi for 1 second in his existence, that's already enough to like, there's like a basic level of.
Do you think that would make her jealous? In some
Maybe,
way?
maybe.
I
It
mean,
could.
her father has never showed that much interest in her, aside from that
What now
him
happens?
taking her in. I mean,
Maybe. I can't decide that for you. That's for you to decide.
I know. Okay. Well, yeah, I think keep doing what you're doing now is the best advice that I can give you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The little window of the carriage, because of course you're in a kind of like a separate compartment with just the two of you. Ladies, and then you see like the night sky. We will be arriving in the city soon. Do I need to drop you off somewhere?
Yes, the mansion, please.
What mansion?
I
There's like a billion mansions.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. It's a very rich city.
I don't know how much I've seen of the city. Luminary Einar's mansion, please.
You need to be taken to there.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Okay, that's at the edge of the city. That we'll take a little detour. Can I drop you off somewhere?
Just at the academy, I suppose.
Oh,
I'm assuming I stay there as well.
yes, you have a room there.
At the Cursebreakers Academy.
All right.
Sounds more like a car racing by.
Yeah, maybe. So,
Need some WD-40 on that.
just out of context, you are sitting in a standard caravan, which is driven by a guard drake.
Ooh.
So these drakes are kind of like the replacements for horses in this place, and because of their more capable feet in the desert, they can travel at like a good pace even through sandy terrain.
Mm-hmm.
So if I ever mention something about like horses, unless it's camels, it's typically drakes, just
Okay.
for confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from the horses in the mansion. Those were horses.
Yeah,
Mhm.
those are horses.
Great.
Okay.
A few, like 2 hours perhaps, like pass by, and eventually you are brought to that side of the city, over there, at the kind of like the entrance gate.
Mm-hmm.
And it is now evening, late at night, and you would be arriving at the academy. First stop, academy.
Thank you.
You get off,
Yeah.
and I will be opening that map for you. What would you say? Goodbye, see you later? Because what you know is that tomorrow it would be the first day of school.
Mhm.
Well, tomorrow would be the first day, but the first day is only kind of like getting everything in the room set up.
Introductions.
Yeah.
Introductions, and then the next day is when classes
Yeah.
begin again.
Team building exercise.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, dropping here and the thing there. And,
Moving day.
I think I would turn to Vita and say, I guess I'll see you at the academy.
I
And,
guess so.
you know where to find me if you want some training.
Okay, I'll think about it. Thank you for today.
You too, and for insights about Einar.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're welcome.
I take a bow and I take my stuff and head out
All right.
towards the academy.
So you arrive here at the entrance of the academy while the carriage drives off, and we'll get back to you later because I want to connect up the others as well.
Mhm,
So we'll take
mhm.
care of this a little quickly here. You arrive at the entrance of the academy. It's a beautiful grandeur. You've seen it now a million times by now. So, but
Not as
no,
phased by it anymore.
but do make a perception check for me.
That's a 9.
Okay. So you step right into it. There's like puddles of water coming from the academy. Like there's like water coming from every door of this academy, and you step right into one, and now your entire feet are wet.
That'll just adds up to the rest of the day.
What do you do?
Where's he going?
Yeah, because we're getting into something.
Is it like a stream?
Yes,
So it's a lot of water.
it's a lot of water, and you immediately think, is there a flood?
I try and see if I can figure out where the bulk of the water is coming from.
The school, the main entrances.
Yeah, but
So imagine it's kind of like just the entrance is here,
yeah.
and it's just flowing down the staircases, and like there's a giant puddle of water around.
Oh, so I'm still here. I thought it was more up there already, but if I'm still down here, then...
Let's say that you were around here at the moment that you stepped into it.
Okay.
Please remove the caravan.
Oh,
I guess I would get up the stairs. I mean, my feet are wet already, so it doesn't matter. And try and see through one of the openings to see, can I determine what direction the water is coming from?
The main hall, as in the main hall of the academy. And when you then at that moment would step into like the main hall of the school, I assume, you see 2 of your professors just standing, talking to each other, and I will be placing them onto the map. I will show you them in a second.
Are there names?
Yes. One of them, even a look at the chip. Professor Hasulo is an elfin folk, and is your Hasulo, and he is your martials teacher in the first year. In second year, you will probably get another one. But he was kind of like the man or the individual that helped you master some of your little basic skills of weapon mastery in your first year.
Mhm.
And I actually have an image as well. But he is one of your professors and is like standing around in this puddle of water. While next to them, there is another professor that you haven't met yet. But they are casting a few spells to clean up some of the water, and they're just... This is gonna take forever. What do you do?
I proceed to walk towards them, and I'll
Professor Hasulon,
will say,
a monk, wearing monkish clothes, elephant folk, headband, always kind of like meditating pose, fancy staff that he probably has hit you a few times with in combat trainings.
Professor Haslam, what is going on here?
Ah, Naomi Kawakami. One off the list. There's a flood in the entire school.
Clearly, where does it originate from?
So, you are aware of the pipeline systems to keep the building, cool during the summer? The gemstones that keep that powered up have depowered and flooded the entire school. We are not yet aware of what exactly happened, but please, you can realize, oh, that feels very similar to what happened at the vineyard.
I just had a similar experience at the vineyard.
You have?
Yes.
What happened there?
Well, I don't know exactly what happened beforehand, but I was traveling there, and by the time I got there, apparently they had a crystal as well, which appeared to have no power left.
Oh, well, we've sent a hawk to the inventors, someone from Saratbat,
Yes.
Dwarven. Oh,
She was there as well. She fixed it there.
Oh. You wouldn't perhaps then know anything about the veins of the tundra system.
Me personally, I mean, no.
Unfortunate.
I mean, I could take a look at it maybe, but I doubt I can be much of a help.
Now the bad part.
Oh, this wasn't the bad part.
Not yet. The bad part is now coming, student. Your room was entirely flooded.
Great.
We'll be relocating you to another room in the northern wing later. But you didn't really have any very important possessions in your room. But maybe some drawings and some notes and some personal belongings. But yes, your room was entirely flooded. I still also have a few other ones on my list. Would you perhaps know Rose White?
Yeah.
Thalga Firewhite?
That is probably the one you need for the crystals. Yeah.
I need someone. Oh, that tall guy. Yes, I know her. She was the dwarf from Sourbutt. But I need someone else who set up that system. But their rooms have also been flooded.
My inventions, no!
We'll be relocating you
Okay.
to the northern wing so we can get that all cleaned up. But unfortunately, there was also a little incident with the rest of the system. You do not... And then, she butts it. You don't want to know what we've been cleaning up all day.
I'm guessing it's not only water.
No, once again, proving that we shouldn't be relying on everything with magic. But the board still does not want to listen to me. You don't know this professor, but this professor is what's standing in front of you. They are what you have in common popular term are a tiefling, but in my world, tieflings are also just humans with abyssal heritage. But she has darker skin, has like a huge like snake tattoo on her arms.
Mm-hmm.
And well, you at least from context have known and learned that she is a potions teacher. And according to your new schedule, you are set to receive lessons from her this coming up year.
Mm-hmm. Did I know her name from the schedule?
Make a quick history check. Because that would like afkortingen on the schedule.
Nope.
You don't
That
know
is a
it.
natural one.
You don't know her name.
Oh.
Sorry, Professor. What was your name again? I tried to remember, but
Professor Antea.
Professor Antea.
I think that you are in my class for the second year.
Yes, I think so.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I take a bow, as I'm fairly used to. Yes, likewise. What about this relocation?
Well, we're still setting up your room. We're still cleaning the northern wing, but it will be cleaned. Probably, like you see, like a few people in the background, like with mops everywhere.
Instead of just destroying water, just mops, yeah.
Well, the thing is that you can ask about this.
Well, I'm not. I mean, even though I have some magical knowledge, it's very limited. Isn't there? I do look over and in the people in the distance with the mobs. Isn't there like a faster way to get rid of this much water?
Well, dear, I've been casting Destroy Water for the last few hours. Unfortunately, because those gems are malfunctioning, sometimes they just sprout water outwards. And we need advice from someone of the Saratbat community on how to restore them properly, because all of the documentation was also flooded.
Do you perhaps have any? I mean, I know in the thing that they had a spare gem. Do you know if you have anything in storage for that?
No. As far as I don't.
Then it's best we wait for
Yes.
Tonga.
Yes. Have you any idea when they will be arriving? But wait, you now mentioned for the second time Tolga, but I sent a raven to someone else of the clan.
Who did you send a raven
Please name me another dwarf of your community.
to?
The one who created the Eric of this system. Another fabulous dwarf. Perhaps your father or mother. Or someone else.
Sorry to put you on the spot like that.
Ja, dat had ik... iemand had dat misschien van tevoren bij mogen vragen.
Nope, I need to surprise you sometimes.
Weet ik veel. Thalric, my uncle.
Thorric Fireward. Perhaps a family resemblance. But they created this, the system here, and all the documentation was flooded.
That's very convenient.
I said that we should have gotten Mr. Giddensera. Oh, let's not worry him about this.
No. I don't know when they will. When did you send the raven? How long ago?
A few hours ago, when we first noticed the flood.
That might still take a while for them to be here. I don't know exactly how long the travel would be, or what, depending on their means of travel. So, is there any way I can help? I mean, there's no. I mean, unless my room is.
Grab him up, dear.
All right. I just find a mop and try and help as best as I can until my new room is ready, I suppose.
Yes. So, okay, now we're skipping over a little bit of the parts. You spent the rest of the evening with your professors and other students that had just arrived, mopping the school.
It's just one of those things that I used to do for training. I just take it as another way of.
Sometimes you notice that some of the pipes that have these kind of like fancy gem engravings just sprout water again. Sometimes a color that you do not want to think about, unfortunately.
I just ignore it as best as I can.
Yes. The rest of the evening goes off like this until like in the middle of the night. At some point, you have the main hall, and at least like some of the wings you have under control. But some of the spellcasters have been placing sacks of like sand and like making blockades of more water coming from the west wing where your room was. Unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
And we pick up the next day. You have been placed in like a temporary room just to spend the evening. You've been given some breakfast, you've been given some dinner beforehand, and we pick up when two others arrive in the morning at the school. So, by carriage, they arrive in the morning. In the morning, typically here, there's like little tents everywhere, and you arrive around noon, I think, because it's still like a longer travel. The two of you are together. During this travel, what would you be talking about, and what would you be thinking, and how would your mood be about everything that happened with goat of sheepy?
Sheepy.
Yes, that's quite an interesting thing, isn't it?
Making fun of the girl.
Focusing on these two for now.
I've got excitement for the new year and kind of another kind of hope meeting these other students. Like, other people to get to know. They seem nice, they seem reliable. So, looking forward to get to know them. And I feel pressure as the first time I entered here to just get the answer I want from this place.
Mm-hmm. How's Tolga?
And
Okay, sorry.
no, the conversation can come later. You can come first.
Oh, Tolga is probably in good spirits. I presume when they got back home, she went into one of the libraries and tried to find any useful information on how to deal with people that are afflicted by wild magic. Did she find anything useful? Keep them at a paw's length at all times.
Let's let you do a history check, but it's a very high DC.
History is niet mijn sterkste kant. 15.
15. No, you wouldn't find anything about wild magic, not in that sense. You would just know that, indeed, within the desert, there are kind of like elemental curses that can occur, that when exposed, can kind of like empower certain creatures. And the side effect to them is that they could overcharge. And if it's a firestorm, that can sometimes rarely happen, they kind of can explode. You also are thinking perhaps about those strange creatures that she summoned. And like there are like old schematics and old documents of these creatures called modrons or mechanus. It's a little complicated. It's very ancient dwarven from your northern brethren. But how she was just only able to summon them is beyond you.
I think Tolga would be able to come to the conclusion it's probably has a side effect. It's not that she's directly related to ancient dwarven magic. And she's just slightly less interested in this peculiar individual.
But if she could replicate the effect, you could study one of those creatures and perhaps like have one of your own.
Maybe I need to prod her a little more. Well, other than that,
That's for me.
would Thalga, in the time before we would leave for the academy, be made aware of an incoming message bird of an undetermined species about an incident at the academy with one of the dwarven techno-magical apparatusi?
I would assume that Tolga lives more in like kind of like a community family. So perhaps it's like there's like a big mansion of the Fireward family. Well, is it a mansion or more like a? Yeah, tell me a little bit about your housing situation, Tolga.
we're dwarves, of course, so we live in the ground. Why would we live above ground? So it's probably like more. Imagine even maybe a hobbit-like situation where there's like carved entrances, and then into the rock you go, which is logical because then you would also find more cool temperatures, and there would be, of course, some dwarven hold. You know, Sadbarat is a dwarven hold, and yeah, probably her family being relatively important would have pleasant accommodations there.
Mhm.
Right. Concerning conversation.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, actually think I'd be quiet after that over the event, and I'd be reading very intensely, preparing myself mentally to get to school. And if you want to talk about something, I've got open human ears.
I'd imagine that Salga would still be reading up on things, or, preparing herself on what might be necessary for the first weeks to months of the curriculum. Maybe here and there some small talk.
One of your first lessons that you see on your schedule is weapon mastery. That's more often in your schedule, and also defense against the arcane. It's popping up into your schedule a few times more often.
Would Salga know the different professors related to these studies?
Well, you would know that defense against the arcane is taught by Einar Giddensera. Weapon mastery was in your first year taught by Hasulon, but now in the second year is taught by someone else. But they're hyphening, they're shortening, you don't recognize it. So it's probably another teacher.
Oh.
And there's also herbology on the schedule.
Herbology in the desert, how unusual.
Well, it's more like alchemic studies, so it's two things.
Okay. Then forget my previous statement.
Well, it still says herbology and like alchemic studies, so it's intermixed. So there's still like plants in the desert required, but
You'd think we're going to smash a few cacti. For the juices.
Yeah, there's not much else to be found concerning herbs around here.
Well, there are a few palm trees, of course, and in the oasis you can still find some vegetation. Maybe they might even throw in an orange or two.
Yeah, well, that would be a juicy one. Might have surprising properties too.
Yes.
What subject are you looking forward to most this year, anyways?
Most things are interesting. I wonder who the new weaponry professor is. I hope they're a little bit more. Professor Hasula was, of course, very well versed in various arms and armor, but how to say this nice? He was a little bit low tech for my taste.
yes.
I just sort of snicker it away. Yeah. I can imagine that.
Very wise. Don't get me wrong, but
I think Dolga has noticed indeed that the school is not like very well versed in dwarven technology or dwarven creations. It's more like the typical other types of magic. Artificing is still very rare. It's an understood craft. It's a misunderstood craft.
Maybe we should. Maybe I can ask one of my relatives to become a professor here.
Or maybe you can be one yourself one day.
Yes, well, let's not send my uncle. He's a bit of a. Unusual.
Yeah.
He had visions of fields of ice, and I think he might named it Tundra or something. Very odd.
Those
Because
are
you
like
said
old
this.
lore stuff. Do I know? Do I know this kind of stuff
No,
in the
not really.
desert?
Not really. But
Helga is also just rambling on.
because you
She's
said
on her
this,
own train of
because,
thought.
because you said this, you're probably not aware that an uncle of you left in the middle of the night to head to the city to, because it's a few hours travel.
No, she wouldn't probably have noticed where her strange uncle went. Yeah.
Well,
Is the strange uncle by chance the one that created that entire contraption?
It could be. Not the only one well versed in irrigation and water mastery.
oh, well, I'm kind of looking forward to see my room again. I left a pretty important poetry notebook there.
Well, I hope so. I hope that all our stuff is still there.
It's there. It's maybe a little bit wet.
Are you, not to breach a more delicate subject, but I would also assume it's better to be away from home.
Yeah.
Has her disposition changed a little bit after yesterday?
I still want to help her. I still love her, I guess, in the ways I can. I suppose in the way anyone of you is patient with her.
Well, it's perhaps also a little bit out of pity, I suppose, but when she has a good day, she's a very kind-hearted woman,
To most.
though the good days are vastly outnumbered by less good days.
Yeah. To be honest, I can't recall when she last had a good day.
Yeah. Well, at least you'll be spending some time in hopefully a little bit more stimulating environment.
I actually feel guilty about this, but I'm thinking about not returning.
I see. Have you discussed that with her?
Why would I? She wants me gone. All she sees is snow.
I understand why you would say that, but I think there's still part of her that would, want to keep an eye out on her daughter in one way or another.
And that part is pretty deeply buried. But thanks for the tiny ray of hope.
Regardless, I think maybe some longer time away from home would do you well.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll be staying with my father anyways, and I'll know where to go if I make my decision.
Have you thought of the name of your father?
The name, Jonathan.
Jonathan, it is. Last name?
Greats.
White?
Need one?
Niet white?
Need what?
No.
Jouw achternaam is white.
Oh, mijn achternaam is White.
Ja, nee.
Ik zat er via mijn moeder.
Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah, that
it's your
can.
choice.
Dat
Ja.
kan allebei. In,
We haven't established Callista's last name,
Oh,
so
we
it's
have
your
not.
choice. It's your choice.
White, yes.
entirely up to you.
Yeah, Jonathan White.
All right,
It's more logical.
Thank you.
Jonathan White it is.
Yeah.
Continue your
And does-
conversation
does-
as you realize that the carriage needs a little bit hurry up to not miss the opening ceremony of the new year.
Hurry up!
Yeah. They're like, you are in the city already. Like, we're being slowed down because there's mud in the streets everywhere.
Do we
I need-
smell something?
Perception checks.
Mud? Has it rained? It's not the rain season at all.
Okay, wait. 10,
Perception. 10.
11.
Well, it smells like, indeed, like the southern district has been like covered like in mud, and it smells a little unpleasant. But you can notice that like the desert heat and the sun has already been like drying up some of this water smell. But there's like a little sense of an
A little
unpleasant smell.
swampy.
Doesn't that make it worse?
Maybe, I don't know.
No, eventually it'll just burn away the unpleasant smelling things, but
Eventually.
very unusual.
Yeah.
Continue your conversation.
How does the city usually smell? Like, is there a difference that we might know?
Well, I would imagine, because this is a trader city for lots of districts, there's lots of spices smell. It depends a little bit on the region. I can go to the big map and I can tell you a little bit about the city. I think every character has a basic understanding of the city. The city is actually divided in 3 mains, as they call it, because it's kind of like in the shape, they think it's in the shape of like a lion's head. It's actually not, but that's just common lore. You have the southern district, where there is the Cursebreakers Academy. It's more like the richer side of the city as well. But it's also where most of the spellcasters are, where most of the trading happens. And you have the western main, which is where most of the houses are and the normal, typical people live. And the northern main, which is more the poorer district. It's more kind of like the artisans and the craftsmen. It's that more, because this is more kind of like a communal system. It's more where the artisan classes live. You also have the inner ring. The inner ring is also separated into 3 districts. You have the verdant gardens, which is like lush greenery, where there's also the luminary memory. You have the azure canopy, also everything is colored in like fancy blue. Where there's the Temple of Solaris, and you have the Amber Promenade, which is the nightlife district, where you have seen on the little card is also a Marissa's Lounge, but also the Silver Dragon Bathhouse, and a very, very famous restaurant, the Samsha Leondas, with a price label that is out of your budget. Let's just
Not
keep it at that.
necessarily out of mine. I rolled insanely high.
Yes. How much gold do you have?
I have 576.
You can get a steak for that.
Oh,
Yes, it's very out of your budget.
It's out of the budget even for like lots of people in the city, but you can probably get some more, but it's very high budget. Like if you spend an evening there, it's 400 gold pieces at least per person. Continuing on, you are now heading into the southern district. So imagine that this water that was coming from the school has been floating down every road and path of this entire district. You, of course, arrive through the Marian ruins from the other side of the city and are now slowly, with your caravan, coming up to the academy grounds. I imagine you are going to get dropped off around there. Step out of the carriage and continue where you left off.
Right. Finally, that took us way too long.
Let's go settle in our rooms.
Well, yes.
The opening ceremony is going to begin in...
Oh, yes.
Maybe
Ceremony.
wait for that a while. I imagine Thalga would have created a mechanical carrying thing for her suitcases, so you're free to put them on them as well. No need for servants when you can make them.
True.
Have you-
Yeah, and I'm
have you-
familiar with your very handy art, so I
Customized it for staircases?
There are many stairs in Satbara, but none where I built this thing.
Where you live on the ground.
Yet you go in the mountain.
There are staircases there? Okay.
Yeah. Have you ever seen images of dwarven halls? Of course there are.
Have you seen Lord of the Rings?
Yes.
But
There's staircase.
like Talga's workshop is on the surface, so I would imagine that she theorized about the theoretical possibilities of it walking up and down stairs.
Also, this is your second year. You know there are stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably in the first year you didn't realize, then you had to carry everything by hand, even after you made your contraption, and this year you have just changed it to
Ah,
accommodate the
okay.
stairs.
Yes.
Yeah. And since with my living plan, I took more with me than I did last year. I have thankfully make use of it if it works.
The poor thing is like has to adapt to the extra weight, but I'm sure
I
it'll
feel
work
pity
fine.
for the little mechanic thing.
Oh, don't worry, it doesn't have any.
Feelings.
It doesn't have a mind of its own.
I thought it. You said it.
All right. You step out of the carriage and you realize like the square is filled with more people, but some of them stand out. You eventually woke up. Fuck, I need to get to the opening ceremony. Have made your way to the square. Probably Professor Hasulon you saw on the way. He thanked you for your help, and they said that your room in the northern wing is now ready, but you have to wait like a little while longer because the opening ceremony is going to begin. Shove you outside to the rest of the square, and you, after that you've stayed the night at the mansion, you were woken up by Kalin again, like the previous days. And she said that Einar had already left to the mansion, or to the academy, and that you had to make your way yourself there. You did, and now you have arrived here.
I guess.
Let's all make a perception check. You two.
Natural 20 plus what did we? 21.
18.
12.
Okay.
5.
You two have spotted Vita wandering alone, kind of like confused where she even needs to be, because she has no idea. She's probably never been in the southern district. Probably remained near the dockwards. And you've probably spotted Thalga stepping out of the carriage. And you haven't spotted her.
No.
You're just...
Where am I? Where do I need to go? Full of anxiety.
Rose, do you see over there the Vita, the poor thing?
Oh, it's the sweet clumsy girl.
You make your way to
I'm
them?
making my way to them.
Oh,
Hey,
hey!
Good morning.
Thanks for. Oh no, what would she say in character?
You know more,
Let's think
by
about
the
that.
way. You know about their room situation.
Thanks for. Oh, Vita. Oh, interesting number recalling the wild magic and curiosity resparked.
Remember yesterday with the man and the sheep?
The sheep, yeah, and the oil grease. I think.
Good thing
Don't
you're
mention-
not mean people. You could have just shouted across the square.
Hey, sheepy!
If we had been mean.
Do you do this?
No,
No.
definitely
I
not.
would cry.
She would
No,
not only be confused, but also very sad.
Yeah, she seems lost, Helga.
Yes. Oh, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Well,
Yeah.
it's more like noon. So.
No.
Good afternoon.
Good
No,
afternoon.
it's not.
Good before noon.
No.
Also,
Good day.
a typical saying of greeting each other, besides saying good morning, good afternoon, is embrace the sun.
What?
Embrace the sun is a typical saying for like,
Hi. But does Naomi know that?
probably it's the second year, so.
We've
yeah.
been here a while,
Yeah.
all of us.
Oh, embrace the sun.
Praise the sun.
Yes.
And that's I think we should help Vita embrace the sun. She looks lost.
Yeah, she seems rather confused.
See, I look at the direction they're pointing. Do I see Vita then?
Probably if they pointed out.
Yeah. Oh, right.
You look like you can shout loud. Call her over.
Okay. I call out. Hey, Vita, over here.
And I just confusingly, huh? Oh,
And I
Like, there are like other people, of course, but
I think I would just dart around the different people.
some familiar faces. The only thing that you spotted is that your father is standing at like here,
Mhm.
and they seem to be still like, it's almost the opening ceremony that's going to start.
Okay, is he?
He's among the staff.
But he's not paying any attention to me.
Make a perception.
Right.
Okay.
You're overwhelmed.
You are overwhelmed by the amount of people. But your stone is glowing
Oh,
on your outfit.
it is? Oh. Okay.
Actually, boss.
Hello.
Did you just arrive?
Yes, we just arrived with our stuff. There was something about a muddy street, but it's not
yes.
the rain season, and
No.
I thought that they had.
Is this all stone, or is this? Because it looks on the map.
It is stone,
Okay.
but you do notice that, like in the Groeve, it's completely wet.
I can imagine that much water came out of it that it just did something with the groundwater.
But it is stone.
About the muddy, yeah. There was a leakage at school.
A leakage.
Yeah.
Oh?
I think that some of, I'm not sure. I don't think you did it, but some your family maybe created a water system
Yeah, you would
here.
know about this.
Oh no.
I heard when I came here yesterday, they had the same problem as at the vineyard,
Oh.
and
Oh.
it was completely drenched, including our rooms.
Wait, what now?
Yes.
These people know nothing about technology. Hopefully they saved the manuals and the reserve gemstones, of course.
I did ask about reserve gemstones. They didn't know, at least, and Tia didn't know.
Well, technically they're not supposed to ever go out, ever.
That's what you said at the vineyard, I believe.
So I imagine they just tossed it in some cellar somewhere. Well, not a matter for me.
And apparently, they also obviously were smart enough to keep all the instructions at the low levels, and they're all also servants.
Wet.
Yes.
Well,
I did think they sent a letter out to someone. I think maybe your family.
Firewall.
well, probably someone else will be taken care of, but then someone has to come over here to fix it because.
I spent most of the evening helping out,
How? Helping out how?
mopping the floor.
Oh, so you're also
Oh.
good with a mop.
Isn't there a spell
Yes.
for that kind of stuff?
That I did ask something similar, and apparently, I did notice this as well. There's pipelines and there's gemstones in them, and those gemstones just randomly shut out water.
Yeah, when you start mopping, it might get to a point that you can't get it to stop. So I imagine that was quite a bit of work for everyone
Yes.
involved.
Sorry for your arrival.
It's okay. I did a lot of mopping when I was little.
Alright.
Part of
That's part of training.
Oh,
That's a nice way to put it.
unusual.
How's Vita thinking right now? Because she is amongst.
They're
Kind of
just
like
blabbering
Yeah.
on about
Yeah.
things.
How does Vita feel about this? Because Vita has been for the last few months been pretty isolated.
I think she's overwhelmed by all the people around her and by all the colors and the new place. But I also think that having people around her that she is also sort of already a bit familiar with gives her enough comfort to stay calm. And I think she would take a lot of comfort in knowing that at least some of those people, or those people already know her a bit and also have seen her at her worst and still seem like they may be kind and interested in getting to know her better, I guess. So she's content with staying close and listening to their blabbering about whatever it is that they're blabbering about, even if she's not really actively listening.
Yay, friends!
Yeah, yay, friends!
Suddenly, you all hear like a static noise and like a microphone. You know,
Oh, the speech is about to begin.
like this very fancy white lion folk that you recognize from another campaign. Good morning, students! I would like to welcome you all into a new year at the Cursebreakers Academy. Now, before we begin, I have 4 names that need to make their way to Professor Hasulon after the ceremony. I don't know it, but other students, if you see them, please inform them as well, because they can't know. Rose White. Vita Stormborn, Thulga Firewatch, Naomi Kawakami. Please make your way to Professor Hasulon after this the opening speech. And every other 4 of you are together. Some of the other students are like,
Naomi just stands straight at the arrow, just like disciplined.
Is this? I don't know if decision is up to me. Is there's like an intense? There's already kind of a reputation blamish thing around me. So, is there like?
well, you are in the sense that you are known as the last survivor of Kalkari. So you are kind of like a little infamous as well. But perhaps not in a bad way. You're just known. But probably these 3 students have kept mostly to themselves in this first year. But you know a few of the other students around. And we'll get back to them when we get back to them. Because time. But some people may look favorable upon you and some may not. But now all the eyes are on the 4 that are together over there.
Oh, that's probably about our living arrangements. Let's hope they give us an upgrade.
Or are we in trouble already?
The year hasn't even begun, dear.
We
Or
could
did
have
you
done
do something
anything
on the way
wrong.
here?
And of course you hear her last name for the first time.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never
Spectac-
introduced your name, right?
No, not my last name.
Does the name
Storm.
ring a bell?
Yeah.
No.
No. Well,
The opening ceremony, he starts a little bit about the classes. He talks a little bit about a certain incident that happened last night with water damage, and they'll get everything sorted out, nothing to worry about. You hear like you hear murmuring. Then they go over the schedule, and they say that due to that situation that happened yesterday, classes and introductions will be skipped. You are free to go have a pleasant day. Please make sure to check in with your roommates and blah 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 blah, like the typical things that happen. And we wish you all very much a very happy year at the Cursebreakers Academy. Good day and embrace the sun. And then he wanders off, and the end ceremony and the opening talks end. And of course, there's like lots of students immediately setting up tents and doing little activities, as typical students at an academy would. And the 4 of you are together. What happens now?
I guess we should go to our salon.
yes,
Yeah,
let's see what
looked
they
after, but is it again just eyes on us as we make our way to
Probably a few people that recognize us would be like, oh, it's them.
Like other students are also like in groups of 4, typically getting together and like, oh, we're together and this and this. Oh, wait, why is my room suddenly switched? Yeah, there was some water damage. And why am I now in the north wing? Like there's like the typical student complaining as well.
yeah, I'm
And-
quietly panicking.
Yeah, those things kind of happen as well. Well, do you make your way to Professor Hasulon, who eventually makes their way over here?
Oh, look,
Yeah.
the good man is over there.
I would definitely, yeah.
All right.
I would follow because I have no idea who he is.
Fair point, fair point.
Just come along, dear.
Don't worry, the place is big, but
just
you
tag
get
along.
used to it.
Can everybody make a perception check?
Oh, yes, I love to. Wat is dit?
Jesus.
15.
15. 14 plus
16.
8.
Okay, you miss it.
16.
15.
15.
These three notice that 4 other students are also specifically going to one other instructor. This instructor, well, you don't know their name, but you do know that they teach religion.
Ooh.
Does Thalga know those 4 students?
Make a quick history check.
Well, only quickly then. 15 plus 2, 17.
Okay. These 4 students, 3 of them were in your previous year. 1 of them wasn't. So the first one is this one. Foxfolk. I think that you two would probably know her name as Vilina Valentin. She is particularly well in Defense Against the Arcane, and her name is kind of also known as well because she seems to be some kind of a descendant of a great warrior or a great lady here. It's a little confusing. Then you have another one, this one. You know them as that guy. You probably forgot his name because you just don't care. But it's Malachite. He's a very unpleasant dragon folk, rude, and a warrior, Jorah, who was very excellent in weapon mastery. And there's a 4th one, a lizard folk, that you do not know. That's a strange lizard folk, are quite rare and quite infamous as well. Continuing on.
How unusual. Anyway, Professor, you needed to see us.
Yeah. You must be Vita.
Yes. Hello.
All right. Follow me to your rooms.
All right.
Professor, can I perhaps, I don't know, see the room or maybe what is left of it concerning what was in it?
Well, your room has already been cleaned. And we're currently working all the paperwork, trying to restore them back. But that may still take a time. Was there anything in particular that you needed in your room? Although you were specifically instructed that during summertime you're not supposed to keep any personal belongings in the room.
I felt very full packed. I thought the book would be safe in somewhere in
What book was it? Perhaps it's on my list of your stuff.
I was working on a poetry collection. I was almost finished.
Flip a coin for me.
Flip a coin?
Yeah, flip. Do we have a coin?
Gewoon een D6, ja.
Of je rolt een D6.
Hold on, D6.
En dan 1 tot en met 3 is...
Odds and evens.
Oh ja.
Odds and evens.
5.
Okay, uneven. Oh, you mean that big collection of notes and paper on your desk?
Yes.
Ooh. I'm very sorry, my dear. No. No. You will be compensated for the paper and work, but whatever was on it is illegible. I am very sorry, my dear.
Oh, but thanks, Professor, for telling me.
Hmm.
I'm poetically grieving right now. I'm not saying anything.
Are you poetically grieving?
Yes, I'm silently poetically
Okay,
grieving.
I love the remark, but you already have an inspiration card. Would you like to trade it? So how does
For
this? Okay, you don't need to tell me, but if you want, you can trade that card with a new card if you don't like the number on it.
So
I'm pretty happy with my
you
card.
can gamble for something higher.
Okay.
That's...
Ja.
Poetically
Great.
sad.
Yes.
In één keer zo'n
Melodramatic.
Franse baret en zwarte kleding en... Oh,
My makeup, zo.
sorry.
Just a little tear.
A single tear.
A single tear.
I think the professor...
For a second, everything is black and white. Just sad music playing.
Okay, please remove every other character, put them on the side as Professor Hasulon guides you to your new quarters. So you are taken to the north ring of the very fancy building, and there is no particular map for this, so you can just over time just tell me whatever you want to put in your room. But you are brought to very fancy living quarters, kind of like resembling this image, and seems that you four are being put together. So, ladies, this will be your new room here in the northern wing. Please step into your common room. Gorgeous, like a little bit like the background, like everywhere, like velvet curtains, lush plants, beautiful marble stoning. It's kind of like cool, but also like the warmth of the sun is like coming into the windows. And these are your common rooms. You are free to choose whichever room you would like. Please respect each other's privacy. You know how it goes. Tomorrow, most of your cleaned stuff will be brought back.
Well,
We've sent some of the belongings
Thanks.
to the cleaners and repairmen.
good thing I didn't have much staying over here. Als development. Nou, noem maar even robot, pakezel.
Sure, here you go. That's
Oh,
funny.
thank you. Yes.
Well, please. So for today, no lessons. Everything is just all right. So why don't you just take the day off, go to the southern market, spend some time, perhaps buy some replacements, because some of your clothes as well that you kept that you weren't supposed to keep in the summertime. But we just threw them out.
So
Even after washing, the coloring was brown. No details.
Oh. Wait, you also hooked up the sewer system to the... That wasn't... I don't think that was the intention of...
I am very sorry, my dear, but I have no idea how that works.
Of course you don't.
I teach martial arts.
Yes. Oh.
However, you are Thalga Fireward. I think your uncle arrived a few hours earlier.
Oh. I might say hi to him. I hope he doesn't have a mental breakdown.
Oh,
You make a quick perception check.
you hear wailing from down the hall.
Nat 20.
You hear somewhere in the distance. How?
Well, don't worry, Professor. I think it would be wise if perhaps someone is stationed in the city to look after such things. Next time. But
Are you proposing yourself?
oh no. Someone less important than me, of course. But I'm sure something will be able to be arranged.
Less important than yourself.
Let's.
But you were the one who established the Shield of the Oasis system, and you are quite known for that here.
Yes, but as far as I'm aware, my system hasn't been put inside of buildings.
You are aware that there's like a few farmers that have even perhaps like set up somewhere a statue of you because of what you've done for them and their financial gain.
Well, after my studies are finished, I might establish my own workshop in the city. But for now, I think you'll have to contend with my eccentric uncle.
Yes, I do hope that in this second year you will perform in weapon mastery better than last year.
Well, if in the second year we're actually going to use weaponry, then yes.
Professor Thanantos has certainly prepared a few weapons.
Thanantos.
Thanantos.
Do I know the name?
No. Well, can everybody make a quick history check? Name Thanantos.
19.
15.
History 17.
History. I'm so slow at reading this list.
That's all right. Yeah,
Plus
just-
2 is 14.
Okay. Then all of you hear the name Thanantos, and for a second think, Thanantos. Isn't that a name that has popped up like a few years ago in criminal records of like a criminal? It's a little odd.
Is it that Thanatos? I ask him.
Oh, you ask it. Okay.
Yeah.
I have no idea what you mean.
Well, it
Okay.
was in all the newspapers.
I tried to see if it.
Young ladies, there is something that we in the city call rehabilitation and giving second chances.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm all for second chances, but it is good to know someone's history.
True, and it also gives us insight. Besides, the sand snakes have long been broken up. We haven't heard of them anything in years.
I see.
The sand snakes, it all kind of it kind of all like rings a bell of like some kind of desert gang robbing people during trades and stuff. We've for many years not heard anything of that.
Well, as long as it keeps the roads safe.
However, he will be instructing you in weapon mastery. So
A comforting thought, I'm sure. But that white gown is then going to be reimbursed?
did you have a white gown?
I'm just throwing it out because you mentioned that the color changed, so...
Well, I recommend that you just buy some new clothes and we will reimburse that later.
All right.
Time for shopping.
Well, first you're gonna...
Echt, die
I'm
stoere,
actually-
iets wat serieuze dame en ik...
First divide your
Lady,
rooms.
after all. Come on.
First divide your rooms.
Okay.
I will see you...
Yeah.
I
I'm
will
actually,
see you
in this
soon.
case, not overly concerned because I brought all my stuff. But shopping sounds good.
I will see you soon.
I imagine Tlaga just had a white nightgown or something, nothing too valuable, but like just a little bit sad. Just now poopy.
She probably came back home, realized that she forgot it, and she was like, "Oh,
I'll see you next year. What could possibly happen?
at the academy."
A literal
that's not-
shitstorm.
I mean, it's not it's like an actual uncle who did base systems.
Yes, I trust in my family members to do things well, but yeah. So, which room does anyone want?
What do we see? How is the layout?
What is the obvious difference between rooms?
So, those two rooms, you'll probably be blasted by the sun early in the morning, and those two rooms will be hot in the evening.
I like a room on the left.
Yes.
I'm inclining to the left.
Is there anyone among us who is not a morning person?
I'm a morning person, actually.
Me too.
Well, Tlaga is kind of half used to living underground, so morning, evening, doesn't matter.
Right.
And I spend
Why?
a lot of time outdoors, so
I
spend
thought
some time-
perhaps if anyone is not a morning person but an evening person, they wouldn't mind having a lot of room at night. Whereas if you're an early morning person, you wouldn't mind waking up to a hot room or something.
Well, my armor
Yeah.
always keeps myself cold, so I'll just take any room that's left.
Well, I sort of like the cooling off in the evening, so it would make sense for me if anyone's okay with that.
One on the left, then that leaves one more to
What do you
divide.
prefer? Yeah.
I have never had the luxury of choice, so I don't know. I
You can flip a coin if that makes it easier.
sure. I guess.
You all take a gander in every of the rooms. One of the rooms has a double-sized bed.
Okay.
The others have just a single-sized bed.
Is it on the hot evening side or the hot morning side?
It's on the hot morning side, so it's cool in the evening for relaxing.
I'm okay with everything. I mean, I'm
You can be my neighbor.
sure. All right. Then I'll.
I'll see you across the company.
But does that mean I get the double bedroom?
That's for you two to fight out.
It's also
Yeah.
a little odd these three would realize because she is new to the academy. Is she going to be a first year? Why is she then like with you in a room?
Ooh.
Oh, is anyone realizing this? Is that up to
Insight.
us?
It's everybody.
Inside.
Everybody make an insight check.
Ik ook?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
13.
What is that?
5.
10.
13.
You two realize. Wait, you're like, you're all second years, and you're like, isn't
Yeah.
she a first year?
So, Vita,
Yes.
have you had any previous magical education?
No.
Deception.
So you did not.
Well,
Because for the last few months you've been training at the mansion.
oh yeah, okay.
Unless you didn't want to lie.
I don't know. Did I want to? No, well, it came out before she realized that she probably does have
Okay.
magical training before.
It feels like no.
Okay, then you don't need to roll. It feels a little odd what she just said.
just
No
no
magic.
no pause.
So you were not transferred from any other academy or school?
Not really. No.
Maybe it's because she works for Einar.
I did, yes.
And then you automatically get an upgrade to the second year?
Well,
Did you even write your first year thesis?
Did you?
what's a thesis?
Yeah, there's multiple ways to get invited into the academy. She probably wrote a thesis.
Well,
She was infamous, and you got a letter.
you. I told you yesterday. Did I tell them yesterday what happened to me?
Waarom
Do they know what happened?
the
in
tragedy
my
of your
village?
hometown?
Yes,
I don't think you mentioned it
No,
to us.
no, I don't
Oh.
think you mentioned.
but perhaps it.
But does
Everything you did
When they
mention
heard
got
my
mind
last name,
wiped.
perhaps it triggered something.
does her last name
I
ring a bell?
guess
for us?
they would have heard about it, right?
Well, since you didn't really take full responsibility of the saving,
Well, I did.
Let's everybody make a
Well,
quick
I can-
history check.
I think I can remember something about
It's fine. Quick
from
history
last
check.
from last time.
15. Maar
18.
8.
8. I think I remember something from last session that I already remembered something.
Ja, volgens mij heb jij al iets verteld.
It's fine.
Ja, in the carriage, maar
Ja.
volgens mij
After
herkende
that
ik ook wel iets van toen.
After that, she said the name Stormborn. Perhaps a bell was rung about some kind of storm and some kind of lady, Miss Stormborn, who rescued the entire southern district of Leonopolis. Let's just go with that. Everybody knows.
it was in the newspapers.
Yes.
My joke was more basically because she's just flung into the second year.
Mm-hmm.
That part is odd because that we're exceptional individuals. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. of
Are you
course.
saying she isn't?
This is above game.
okay.
Although I imagine Falca would be able to bluntly state something like that. So that's what.
I know she's a dwarf. She can be blunt, maybe.
Yeah. But anyway, so you just walked in and they said, "Oh, you can just join it up with the second years."
Well, I did get recommended by Einar.
Oh.
What did you do to impress him?
That's unique.
I don't really know. I arrived at his palace and he just informed me that I would start here in my second year.
Oh. Does that have to do with that story in the newspaper about you?
I guess he saw potential in me. I think that's the only logical explanation.
Well, do I sense something here? Like pain, hiding?
How are you feeling about the situation?
It's super confusing, but also she feels some kind of drive to prove herself and prove her worth to her father, especially that now that he has shown her that he wishes for her to thrive, and he has given her all these clothes and protection and knowledge and training and whatever, so she feels like the only way she could pay him back is by doing her best and being here and making sure that she's worth being there.
Roll
Okay.
a quick insight check for me.
It'll be 12 plus 3 is 15.
I think everything that she just said as like a little summary, you catch that drift, that desire to like kind of like prove yourself.
Yeah.
I think you would catch up on that. Perhaps even relate to.
Yes. Well, in any case, welcome.
Thank you.
Who's got the highest
It's,
wisdom stat amongst the group, by the way?
No.
Wisdom. Ik?
Wisdom.
14.
12.
12.
While the conversation is happening, you notice something flying through the window, going into each of the rooms very quickly. While you were talking.
What? Without actually really mentioning, I just walk into one of the rooms to see if I can spot it.
You just walk off.
You notice,
Okay.
like,
Well, just
like
like you definitely see I'm distracted.
and like you notice that something like falls on the little desk in the room. And you look back into the other room, and also
Oh.
something fell on the desk in another room.
I'll just go to the nearest room quickly and pick it up and read it.
Okay, I guess that's
Which room would that be? Who's ever?
Well,
please move
I
yourself to the
assume
room that
it
you
would be
choose.
divided something like this.
Then I'll just walk into my room and then I'll take it. Yeah.
Then you see a letter that has Naomi Kawakami on it. Do the others as well?
I just shout out like, "You got mail," and I just
Mail?
start reading it.
All right.
Okay. So,
Suitcases with.
All of you open your letter, I assume.
who has the double bed?
Yeah.
Who
but
does have the double bed?
Well, I told you guys to fight it out.
Laten
And he grabs his bag of popcorn.
Ja,
Play it, please, please.
Wel, laten we gewoon dobbelen. Laten we gewoon zeggen, mag voor de D6.
Okay.
Eten met 3, jij hebt hem. 4, 5, 6, ik heb hem.
Okay.
Of andersom, wat jij wil.
Sure.
Max, rol maar.
Nee.
Oh, maar jij die rooi maar.
Ja. Welke
Kom
van...
maar.
Had
1,
jij
2,
die
3
eerste?
voor jou.
Ja, oké.
4, 5, 6 voor mij.
Voor jou?
Yes. Is misschien iets wat mijn vader voor me
Privilege.
geregeld heeft.
Privilege?
Probably.
Privilege. Is that the first sign of privilege?
Who knows? He just wants you to get extra well sleep. But you have the room with the double bed. All of you find indeed a letter on your table with your name in very beautiful calligraphy written onto it. Do you open them together or individually?
Individually? I guess.
I would be inclined to
would be.
open it in my room.
Yes.
Yes.
Welcome to your second year at the Cursebreakers Academy. For you, your letter is slightly different.
Mhm.
Welcome to your second year at the Cursebreakers Academy. I have noted your great work during the first year, and so I have it's in like an I form written. So I have noted your hard performance, and I will be closely monitoring your performance during the second year. You are hereby invited to a very fancy dinner at the Shamsha Leondalis tonight at 9. Your best regards, embrace the sun, Aina Gidensera, your mentor this year.
Ooh.
Your letter is slightly different. You are to appear at the Shamsha Leondas tonight at 9. Make sure that the others dress appropriately. Einar.
Okay.
That is cold as hell.
Oh, Jesus.
Wait,
Be there.
You are a disappointment.
I hate you.
Hold on. No.
I hope you die.
Is that you are my daughter. Otherwise you would not be
Nee,
here.
maak een grapje van. Maar het feit dat hij dat...
It's quite cold.
Nou, het feit dat hij geen formaliteit toont, is denk ik al warmte.
Ja.
Voor zover Einar dat kan tonen.
Ja.
Ja.
I have made sure that your room is just slightly more comfortable.
Yeah.
And like in that last sentence, because you are the one with double-sided bed. Some kind of nice gesture. But it was rather cold. And you've been given the instruction to make sure that they dress appropriately. You are aware of this restaurant. Yeah, they need fancy clothes.
Is this the restaurant that is way out? Oh, Jesus.
Yes. You are invited there, so
Ooh.
you are also meant
We are going to
guide them a little bit.
A 25 Michelin star restaurant.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's probably a 25-course meal.
Which is kind of exciting as well, because, ooh. But yours does not mention anything about second to your invitation. Yours is slightly different. However, there is with yours a schedule for this year also planned out. So it matches the other ones.
But is Einar also my mentor?
Yes.
Okay.
But of course,
That's not
he will
complicated
not say
at all.
anything about your relationship.
Okay.
What happens now that the four have received their letter?
Does Tolga know how fancy of a fancy restaurant this is?
Ultra
Same
fancy.
question.
You know about the legendary restaurant.
Oh, well, I did bring a formal gown, but I'm
I
not sure if that's enough.
I think Naomi would, after reading this, sort of put down the letter, get into the common room, and say, I just got invited to this fancy restaurant.
So just to get an idea of this restaurant, but continue your conversation.
Ooh.
Okay.
Jesus.
Continue.
I think I need some fancy clothes for that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I've been invited too.
Have we
Oh, I
said
got one as well.
invited? Wacht,
Yeah.
was I invited? Oh ja, ik moest daar gewoon zijn.
Ja. Jij moest ons daar naartoe brengen.
En dan krijg ik daar, hier gaan we weer. Oké.
Yeah.
Nee.
Thanks for
that would
being
be
erbij.
No.
Since
It's just expected from you. They're invited. It's expected from you.
Heb ik ook afgelopen.
You have no
Ik heb
choice.
lessen gehad.
You have no choice. We can decline. You have no choice.
no, and I think given in the same town and friends and helping out and all, I know how fancy it is too.
Yes, and perhaps like a very odd chance that perhaps like the restaurant had once like bring a few people to Calgary when you were young. You've been taught in etiquette. Kaylin probably assisted you, and these two, I don't know if they know etiquette.
I'm disciplined, so I think I can manage, but I'm not particularly.
Tolga is a little bit more practical as well. Considering that her family has we don't do royalty or nobility, but I presume that within Sadbarad our family is of higher status as far as that is a thing. So she would know the difference between a salad fork and a pudding spoon.
Yes.
Good.
You would probably see some look of concern on Naomi's face.
Did you
I
even
think
bring
that as
any
well.
clothing?
Internalized screeching.
I mean, yes, but not of that status.
Yes, I think I need to buy another gown as well.
You're expected to arrive in a gown or something.
Did I get the clothes or do I also need to buy them?
Well, have you opened your suitcase?
Not yet. I think while they're discussing it, I sprint over to my suitcase and open it.
I think considering my my gold number, I have some fancy thing with me.
You probably have fancy clothes, but perhaps not fancy, fancy, fancy. A lot of us destroyed, remember? And most of the
Yeah.
clothes that you have are from Sarpat. So,
Yeah. I need some
this is
shopping.
also just an excuse to get you to the tailor in the city. So,
Yes.
but you
Let's
open
go,
up your
ladies.
You open up your suitcase. Describe to me your favorite color and favorite dress.
I think Vita's favorite color would be like a sea blue, or like a spring green, perhaps even. So,
Is it quite modest or is it more revealing? Just
I
describe to me.
think, seeing as Vita's still quite young, she would prefer the more revealing type of clothes, but it would not be too revealing.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then I think her favorite color would be like a sea blue.
Click. You open it up. You find it.
Audible, very audible gasp.
You
Yeah.
find a little note that says like, "I hope you have a wonderful first year at the academy."
First,
Kaylin."
second year.
First, second,
Second
like,
year.
it's, and then Kaylin underneath.
Aw.
Aw.
This dress was handpicked by me and approved by Lumen Aina, with a few moderations.
Yeah, I think Vita would be slightly emotional at that, just blinking away some tears with a heartwarming feeling. Closing this to yeah, I think she would also have a feeling of like missing her mother. I think Kellen what was it?
It's Kathleen, actually.
Oh, Kathleen. I think she would have become some type of mother figure for her, and it would remind her of her own mother and how much she misses her.
While the others are settling into their rooms, can they make a perception check?
Elf.
I'm way too overwhelmed by this invitation.
19.
You overhear her slight sobbing.
I walk
That's
over,
6.
sort of peek around the door, and it's quietly. I don't want to intrude. And are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm okay. And I think I would just pull out the dress and hang it on a closet or something so that
Oh,
It sparkles.
Huh?
goodness!
It slightly
sparkles.
Is it?
Ooh.
It's like I'm like, oh, dude.
Now that is above.
And that's a dress.
Vita, I think you're ready for that dinner. Where did you get that?
I just found it in my suitcase. It's a gift from one of the other servants at the manor, and I think I'm very grateful to her that she gave this to me.
It is that I'm not part of it. I was like, what do you make as a servant then?
I make nothing.
Jeez.
All your salary
Like,
goes into dresses.
Yeah.
Well, you do have a lot of gold.
I do
Yeah.
have- well,
Considering that I am used to being the daughter of the leader of a town,
Mhm.
do I believe her that this comes from the servants?
Insight. You don't need to roll. This is something I decide.
Oh, 4.
4. Sounds very believable.
This sounds incredibly believable.
It's a little odd that she would say servants, but she expresses it in. You've seen so much strange stuff right now, and it is a servant of Einar Gidensera, the last luminary,
Yeah,
so it
okay.
probably makes some kind
Yeah,
of sense.
it's fun. Wow. Servants must make a heck of a salary.
I mean, I guess so, or perhaps they all contribute. Like, I can't speak. Contributed. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just opened my suitcase and this was in there. And
Oh. Yeah. Well, I can imagine why it makes you emotional. I think I'm sorry, I just met you yesterday with the event. I mean, but I think you're gonna look gorgeous in it.
thank you. I've never owned anything like this. I always feel guilty for seeing how luxurious this is or how much it would cost. I just-
Guilty towards who?
towards my mother, who's always worked so hard to get us by, for my town that has seen better days. I've never seen this kind of money before. It's just a bit overwhelming.
Well, to be fair, I think where anyone has seen this kind of money before, but yeah, I can imagine it to be overwhelming
Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah, but
Man, considering my own instant reaction, yeah, you are exceedingly lucky.
yeah,
With-
I am aware of that. But I guess I'm all set for tonight then.
Yeah. You have any shopping advice, perhaps?
I don't know, but I would love to tag along and may perhaps help you find something. I would also very much like to take this opportunity to see more of the city, so I would love to tag along with you on your shopping trips.
All right. That's promising some fun, like back in the more of the common room-ish towards the other rooms, right, ladies? Some shopping?
Yeah.
And to the other ladies, indeed, like one of the first things that pops up is heading to the Southern Market, which is not that far from the Cursebreakers Academy. There's like all kinds of things there. But they also things that could help you like get ready for the new year. Like you could get potions over there, perhaps other things, weapons. Everything can be found at the Southern Market.
Oh, just one minor question. How acquainted am I with the shops?
You're probably acquainted with the Southern District, so the southern part of the city around the school. You're probably acquainted with that. You probably recognize a few of the salesmen, but there's like thousands and thousands of people in the city. Like, alsof je de Amsterdam door elke dag ziet wel iemand anders.
Okay.
Would we know a decent tailor? Or
There's a
dress
tailor.
shop?
There's
Clothing shop.
there is a tailor in the city. You probably haven't had a reason to go there, but there is a tailor. Definitely.
Does the tailor stand out among the shops?
More like, would we be able to find something?
Yeah, you would
that
probably
fancy
be
there?
able to find a fancy dress there. Probably not on the at the level of the dress that literally sparkles and glitters, but a very fancy dress you could probably find there.
That would be sufficient for them.
Yes, probably.
Yes. Since it's already
One.
in the afternoon, we should probably hurry up.
Well, yes.
I mean, before we find the right dress and everything that fits, we should probably head out.
All right. As you ladies then head out, we first take a break. Well, we are going to continue right now.
Yeah.
So-
yeah.
Picking up back, the girls. We still need to figure a name for the girls, but the girls or the ladies have left the academy and headed straight to the Southern Market, the most popular place for like trade and goods and everything that you can find. And you have just arrived at the Southern Market. Just for confirmation, the Southern Market is split into two maps. You have the southern part and the northern part. You already kind of like know, these three know the shops, so I've put on the names. You can just head in, just for confirmation. The herbarium is for potions and herbs and that kind of things, but also spell components, everything that you would need for that. The House of Citrus, fruits, vegetables, anything for food related. The Desert Compass. I don't think any of you had to have a visit to the Desert Compass, but here you can buy maps and perhaps even go onto a little scavenger hunt. It's somebody that also keeps tracks of the Marian ruins, history, knowledge, that kinds of things. A map charter, perhaps. The Sentinel's office. The city is run by guards, of course, and those are called the Sentinels. And typically they have an office everywhere for questions. It's kind of like alsof je bij de VVV-punt hebt.
Oh
You have
yeah.
any questions?
Gekruist met het politiebureau. Maar ja.
Gekruist met een politiebureau, ja. You also have the Garment Emporium. Very fancy clothes. And you have a few separate houses.
Sounds like the place to meet.
What's Ambrosia's?
Ambrosia's is a spicy restaurant.
Ah,
Or at least it's because this is kind of like a communal city. It's also a place where you can just go get a hot plate of food for like very low prices and just eat on the streets. It's very common here. In the northern part side here, you have the Nomad's Haven, which is kind of like rooms. It's kind of like a little mini hotel. You can rent a room, and these rooms are rented for like to stay a night or I don't know travelers. You also have sometimes lovers that would rent a room here. You can imagine, and a very popular restaurant called the Spice Boys. I don't know if the group has ever gone there, but it's a spicy restaurant.
Yeah, like,
But the ladies first arrive in the southern part. It's a little muddy, but you notice that some of the people are like sweeping and making sure that this place is clean. All the little tents is where also like people arrive. I have random tables for things that they sell. Sometimes there's a magic item and it changes every day. So because this campaign is only a few sessions, it just changes every session.
okay.
So, do we want to?
I mean, it's a merchant town. It's a high volume trade, so makes sense.
Do we want to browse, or do we directly go for the dressing?
Well, let's get the dresses out of the way, and then because that feels important.
It's task number 1. Yes.
All right. And where do we go?
Well, there is a clothing shop. Remember the Garment Emporium?
Oh, yes.
It's-
Very fancy display.
Yes, not a very fancy name though.
No?
To be very practical.
Yeah, that is
But I mean, this side of the city is very fancy anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter as much.
It is
how
more
it's called.
fancier compared to the northern part.
So then I assume what they sell is also fancier than.
Yes, let's take a peek inside then.
Yes.
All right. We're walking over.
Have yourselves over to there. Is there along the way you see all kinds of like little stalls? I will put some of the NPCs that perhaps would stand out a little bit amongst the crowd. You would perhaps like, come, look at my beautiful jewels and everything.
Vita would have already been distracted 6 times.
Buy your coconuts here!
Would you be distracted?
Yes.
Okay, then at some point, like you spot like somebody, come, gems and beautiful
Ooh.
magical gems even.
Like we suddenly, wait, where's Vita? Oh no!
Yeah.
would you just like
We
want
lost
to
her
engage
already.
them, or do you think?
Sure, I would just stare at the wares and be like super interested.
Anything you fancy, dear?
Oh,
You look at this individual, and they kind of like
is dat Vita? Is dat Safari, maar een andere kleur?
this.
Perhaps.
Not Safari. It's
This is
Pari-
the
this is Paris.
alternate universe Safari. Okay.
So what you see is a pointy-eared young lady, darkened skin, and kind of like piercing purple eyes, few streaks of like purple in her hair.
Oh, it's also purple. Hold on. Purple streaks.
Beautiful garments, like yellowish, fancy, and anything you fancy, dear. I have so like there's like many like little fancy gemstones.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like the gemstones of the mansion, but all kinds of like beautiful colors: red, yellow, green. Dark
Do
blue,
they have
precious.
magical proportions?
Well, then you need to inspect them.
Yeah. Can I?
Yeah. What kind of gemstone would you like to inspect?
I think perhaps one that could, perhaps a bit like this color, a diamondy, perhaps a bit more leaning towards the blue greenish of the dress that she got.
Mm-hmm.
That one.
Okay. Well, then make an investigation check or an arcana check, whatever you prefer. While the other ladies, huh?
Huh?
Oh,
I was thinking about wandering
15.
over, but
15. Okay, so at some point you find like a very fancy, like sapphire stone, and you realize, oh. And then you realize back onto a few of the trainings you've had with Kathleen, and she was like, there are certain gemstones that can empower you. Perhaps you could cast a spell like Chromatic Orb from it.
Oh,
Can you cast Chromatic Orb, by the way?
I don't know. No.
Well,
No.
perhaps if you learn the spell Chromatic Orb, this is a spell component for it. But it's a beautiful, fancy gemstone. At least this one. However, when you hold it, you also feel like this feels a little tingly. A little odd sensation holding this stone.
Like a negative hold? Is it
Make another Arcana check for me. Let's see if what you feel.
wat zei ik nou net? 13.
You could almost feel as if you kind of like could grasp the energy, kind of like absorb it, the energy that's inside of this thing. You just kind of like feel drawn to it. Do you like it?
How much is this?
I haven't seen your face before here yet. But that's fancy sapphire with the sea foamy little coloring. 75 gold pieces would that one be?
Would you mind parting with half the price? I mean, it does suit my coloring very well.
Persuasion.
Okay. Safety.
Well, you're not charismatic, yeah. You're a sorcerer.
I'll let it go for 60 because you're new.
12.
12 gold?
Yeah, you say 16 toch?
60.
Oh, 60.
60.
60, yeah, 60.
12!
de helft. Nee, lager.
I know if it works. 60.
I knew she was clumsy, but...
I am a good salesman. 30.
Reputation goes down. You are very difficult, but I have enough other people to sell it to. 60.
If you have enough people to sell it to, then why is it still here?
Because these are fresh gems from the Mirage Desert, and I've just been here for a few hours. But if you're not interested, please sit back. I do have other gemstones more in your budget.
It's not necessarily a budget thing, but alright.
I have a few
I'll-
nice earrings if you want to.
No, I'm good. I'll think about it. Good luck. And wander off. And don't look back. And then slightly start to panic that I've lost the others.
We're walking back because we noticed you were missing.
Yeah.
Ah, Vita dear. Why are you so red in your face? What happened?
Nothing. I just looked at the gems over there and the lady did not want to sell them to me for a reasonable price, so.
I see.
Oh.
that's unfortunate.
Does Vita even have like the knowledge of these kinds of gemstones?
No, but she's cheap, so.
She was not grown up. She did not grow up in wealth.
Yeah.
You know.
He thinks, oh, fancy rock, that can't be more than 3.5 silver pieces, right?
It's just colored glass.
Just so you know, with 60 gold, you actually got a really good deal, but
Peter doesn't know.
Anyway, we came here for dresses. Let's go.
Alright, okay.
Now that you've put that rock away, you feel like a tingling in your finger. It's like, like it like as if kind of like the sensation of you holding that stone kind of like is still on your finger while you walk away. You kind of like feel it when you walk. Like for a moment, you really had like, ooh, there's energy in this. But now that you didn't take the opportunity,
Do I see something if I look at my hand?
make a quick perception check.
What is?
Oh,
You make an Arcana check.
What is it?
Wait.
this is Gale. Look up.
13.
13. Okay, above 10. You have a passive detect magic, basically. And I'm just going to assume that sometimes you have just opened up yourself. Whenever the moment that you kind of like came back to her, you kind of like felt like a sense of evocation magic for a second, which is explodey and elementally and powerful casting magic. For a second you sensed it from her. But then it fleeted away.
Okay.
The ladies are now grouped up together and now making their way to the Emporium. Do you want to say something?
Do I want to say something? Actually, you okay, Vita?
Yeah, sure.
No, I'm sorry. I felt something of.
Oh, well, now that
Yeah.
you mention it, when I was holding the gemstone back there, I did feel something coming off of that gemstone, perhaps.
Yeah, if like elemental.
What does it feel like
yeah.
to you?
It's like very. Yeah, sort of like in magic energy of elements. A bit explodey thingy. I didn't get a very good sense
Perhaps
of
I
it. But
should have gotten the gemstone then.
You're not going to explode, right?
No. Not that I know of. But no, I can't bear the embarrassment of going back now. It's fine. Or perhaps you could buy it for me.
How much did you offer for the gemstone?
She asked 60 gold.
Oh,
Which
that's a
I
good
thought
deal.
which I thought could feed my entire village for 3 months, but
you didn't.
Well, that's a little exaggeration, dear.
I mean
At least a week.
It depends on what you eat.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, dry
But it was
barley and
pretty,
water.
so
I was thinking, and you know what? I'll be right back. I'm heading over there.
and I think you can detect the one that I mentioned.
You would
right?
have given the
yeah.
description,
Yeah.
I suppose.
That same sensation is currently being held by another customer.
Ooh.
Dang it.
I know you.
From another
Yeah.
campaign.
But what?
He knows
I know
whoever
who
is
this person
standing
is.
here.
Oh.
Love
So-
all the cameos.
This kind of like fancy wolf man with like very intricate tattoo on the side of his head is
We have something in common then.
no, it's not like yours, but it's different. But this is a fancy stone. How much do you want for it? 75 gold pieces.
I'll do it for 60. I fancy it dearly.
You do?
Yes.
Are you willing to part for it for 60 gold pieces for the lady? Right now the price is set at 75, but if you perhaps like make a good deal or perhaps buy something else, I could let it go for 60.
Buy something else.
A few barely rings. You are.
Well,
You're kind of like in front of like a stall with like fancy jewelry and like fancy
Well,
things.
yeah.
Like your fat.
it does catch my eye, obviously.
Yeah.
I'll take a look.
Still very weird. Look at the money she has.
I roll the D100. something from our vault. It's not hers. But let keep her think. Let's keep
That's all she has left.
Trying to keep a poker face here for
That's all she has left.
At some point, when you are looking over the gems, you kind of like also like look up, and there's like something that kind of like stands out because the same little bit of energy is coming from it. It's a fan, like a waving fan for like with the heat, but it has all these kind of like little bits of like crystals in it. Kind of fancy, and like it is very hot, and like it looks really nice.
And has the same vibe.
It has a similar vibe.
Yeah.
You do definitely know it's magical.
Yeah. Alright, so my eyes wander over to the pretty fan that I sense, and well,
It is a hot day.
it is a very hot day. I would like that fan if you got a good price for it.
Hmm. Wait, hold, let me quickly read it. Okay. Well, this fan, and she kind of like takes it. This fan was, wasn't it? Yeah. It was created by an artisan of the Cursebreakers Academy. It is called a wind fan. And from it you can even cast an elemental spell. Ooh, that sounds nice. I don't particularly have a use for a fan, but it does sound nice. You hear the guy say. Would you
Well,
be interested?
I am very interested, actually.
Now, this thing is quite pricey. It's very fine craft. I could let the gem and the fan go for 160 gold pieces. So, just for you to get an idea,
Alright.
it's a magic item.
What does the guy say?
Well, are you asking him? Or,
No,
like-
but is he like reacting to it?
Let's see, have a reaction to the price.
Damn, that's expensive.
Oh, that's a good deal.
Make an insight check on him. He's pretty blank in his expressions.
Are they working together?
What was it?
Insight.
Insight.
Customer.
Inside. Oh, that'd be 19 plus 3, 21. But 22.
22.
You maybe perhaps like notice like a little like as in like a sign you could lower the price a little bit. You pick up on a little vibe from that.
Would you do it for 140?
Okay. Sure. Why not? So, if you, for 140 gold pieces, you get this magic item and you immediately know what it does, because then that guy will help you out. And you get a very fancy sapphire gemstone, which can be used as either a spellcasting focus, or if you have the spell Chromatic Orb, as you can cast it from it. And if you don't know that spell, you could probably learn it at school.
But you did just buy it for me.
Yes. But you didn't give her the money yet, so...
Not yet, that's true, but
So-
you went over there to buy it
So
for
we have a
me.
deal.
We have a deal.
Okay, great. Reputation goes up. Lovely to do business with you.
I hope it's a group
Oh.
project.
You hear him. Good deal.
I already have a bad reputation.
Do you need any, like he whispers, do you need any help knowing how it works?
Knowing how it works? Do you know how it works?
Well, I could identify it for you.
Well, that would be great. Thank you.
I'll help you in a second.
Yes,
Now,
that's
please,
yes,
you-
the 140 gold thing.
Please remove
Yeah.
it from your sheet,
My sheet.
and you get this magic item. So, always lovely doing business. So, this fan allows you to cast the Gust of Wind spell once per day. Basically, when you cast a spell, you can like wave it in front of you, and for 60 feet, just like 60 feet long, that's 6 vakjes, 12 vakjes.
12 squares.
And 10 feet, so like 12 by 10 squares. You can kind of like cast a wind blowing that makes a lot of noise. But it can also push people away. So just
Fancy.
keep that in mind. It pushes them 3 squares away. So if you perhaps in a situation where there's like somebody right in front of you, you could wave your fan and push them away. It also like turns off candles, torches, little unprotected fires. And if you do it like at like big fires, it has like a 50% chance of extinguishing it.
Excellent.
And as long as the spell is active, at any turn, you can use a bonus action to redirect the wind.
Fancy. Alright, I need a moment to count here because I'm not very good at it. Wat is het, met het... Je moet 576 min 140 doen. Dus dan... hoe deze...
436.
436.
Now, don't go waving it around here, but if you would wave this and use an incantation you can make up yourself, but use an incantation, then you can blast people away.
Serious? That powerful?
It's still a simple spell, but... And from my approximation, you can do it once a day. Be aware, if you try to cast it again, there's a 50% chance of that item destroying itself. Keep in mind.
Ooh.
There's always...
That'll be an expensive mistake.
True. That's always a rule with magic. Don't overextend. Don't overuse it, because it may blow up in your face. It's a good lesson.
It's a good lesson. It sounds not very comforting, but it's a good lesson to remember.
I am very sorry, but
Yeah.
what is your name, young lady?
My name, I am Rose White.
I see. Well, my name is Cedric.
Cedric, a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well, Rose.
Oh, why were you interested in the fan?
I'm always interested in magical artifacts.
This, you collect them as a multiple use.
I don't collect them, but I just keep records, and for my job, I keep track of magical items and disturbances and such things. Just my job.
What is your job?
Oh, I'm a member of the Voidbreakers, but it's not a faction that is really very well known here. But I do have family here in the city, but I work for the Voidbreakers up in the Sevenfold, which you know is like a continent very far away in the north.
Okay. Voidbreakers. I must say I'm impressed.
Thank you.
I might have a direct question.
Of course.
Would you know anything about, anything expertise-wise about avoid curses?
Do you mean that you know someone who may be afflicted by one or something?
You could say that.
You see, like, his eyes kind of like, oh no, well, now I'm interested. However, I am a bit running in time. Are you here perhaps tomorrow as well?
I can be. I'm at the academy, so... It's...
Why don't we meet at the, He makes an insight check on you. I recognize the pattern on your face. It's different from mine, but I assume you are known with Our Lady Harmonia.
Yes. And, our family used to be very connected with her.
I see, then perhaps tomorrow we'll meet at the Temple of Harmonia, not that far from here. As you know, that there is a Temple of Harmonia not that far from here.
That sounds excellent.
I do provide services there, so I will be there probably all day. Oh, I need to hurry up because of the next ceremony.
Alright, well, then you'll be on your way and I'll be seeing you tomorrow. thanks to good for today anyways. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Rose.
Yeah. Bye, Cedric.
Goodbye. And he quickly rushes off.
Yeah, and I'm like, that ray of hope is like,
I think you would have probably noticed that he was wearing a necklace of a symbol of Harmonia. You probably would have picked up on that after that he mentioned it.
Yeah.
And this salesman is like, would you like to buy anything else?
No, thank you. I'm good for today, but I'll be keeping an eye on your precious items. You have a very pleasant day.
Nogal creatie gedaan.
These three have arrived in front of the Garment Emporium while Rose was distracted for a second. You can remove Cedric as well.
Oh.
But what happens to these three when they're standing in front of the building?
Gaping at the dresses in front of
Yeah.
the window.
So there's not like
Window shopping.
Yeah.
You're drooling. You're drooling.
Manners.
Okay, apparently this desert settlement has window shopping. Sure, let's just go with it. But
It's an expression.
yes. So okay, tell me you describe me the first dress that you see as Dalka.
Mag ik dat gelijk de dress zijn waarvan ik denk dat ze dat...
Why not? Okay.
Well, yes. Surprisingly precisely in the colors that she likes. So it's a soft, orangey copperish dress with some forest green details similar to what she's wearing herself. Just perfectly what she would want to see. And she likes wearing her, well, it's not really a turban, I suppose. But a similar like headdress, like right next to it, so she's like, ooh.
The only thing that may be problematic is that it isn't her size, so perhaps she needs to talk to someone.
Ooh, I hope they have some experience with dwarves.
You already have your
It's an
dress, but
excellent dress,
tell me
yeah.
something else that you see.
Perhaps a pair of heels or a pair of earrings and a matching necklace that has caught her attention and that she rushes over to inspect.
Yeah. I think that there's perhaps like also like a ticket with like a little drawing of the same woman that you saw earlier on the market square, and like combination options possible for jewelry.
Damn.
And what do you see?
Naomi probably sees a very what first catches her eye is what she considers a very practical dress. It's very how do I put this? It is not too overly exaggerated fancy.
Mm-hmm.
Just very minimalistic, I'd say, but still. Imagine one of those dresses that you sometimes see those like those special agents wear in movies, something like that, like very practical, with like a cut on the side, and probably azure blue.
Are you stepping into the shop?
Yes.
Behind the counter, no design for, but there's kind of like a young, also dark-skinned boy, and hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Are we?
You've moved up with us then.
Yeah, I think you would have caught up eventually. You saw them go into the store.
I didn't have time to watch the window.
No. Can I help you with anything? Young boy, probably around 14, 15, sitting behind the counter. So,
I point to the dress that I saw. I'm like, I would like to.
it looks nice, doesn't it?
Very. Can I try it on?
Sure. Okay, so like in this case, this young boy comes behind the counter. He was actually like standing on like a little wooden platform, so he's like quite shorter. He's like a quite young boy. Wanders around, and in this case, doesn't go to like the puppet, but actually goes to like the side, and there's like, what size are you? Like respectfully, he asks. You give your answer, and I think that this should fit.
I look around to see if there's a place where I can change.
There's in the back. There's like
Okay.
dressing room. Okay, there's no dressing room on the map, I think, but that doesn't matter. But there's all kinds of like fabric everywhere.
There's probably some place where
Probably.
with one of those I don't know what they're called, the room dividers.
Yes, a room divided.
And I just go back there and start to.
Anything for you?
Well, I was more interested in that item, but is the tailor in?
Oh, my sister is at the square. She's selling the gemstones.
I see. Well,
If there's no problem, I can help you.
all right. Because as you can see, I am fun-sized, as a dwarf tends to be, so I don't know if you have sizes compatible.
Of course we do. We can make them tailor-made. I can exercise my spells. Yes, let's go. Like he goes on. I know that this side dress is too big for you, but just put it on and I'll help you out. like you go to the other dresser. Can I help you with anything? Because you walked in later.
Well, I already have a dress, but I was perhaps looking for some extra accessories that could complete.
Oh, you should go over to my sister. She has nice earrings.
I already did, and I did not make a good impression of myself. So perhaps do you have anything in here, or perhaps something that I could say to your sister that would help me get a better deal?
My sister can be a little bit hard to please. What kind of dress were you wearing?
A sea green one.
Oh, you like sea green. I'll see in the back if I can find something. Just a second. Can I get you anything first?
I haven't had a chance to look around.
Go look around. I'll be back in a little moment. He, in this case, heads inside in like the side room. So you're effectively alone in this little shop right now. You come out. Well, describe your dress and you can describe your reactions.
Okay. So the dress fits surprisingly well. And it is a little revealing, but not too much.
Would you like it not to be less revealing?
I think I don't think Naomi would mind it being slightly revealing.
At the moment that you do this, and you think, perhaps this shows a little bit too much, it kind of like tick, 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 tick. It's kind of like sticks itself to cover slightly more.
Okay.
And would you perhaps then think, oh, it doesn't have to be?
Probably, yeah.
And then it kind of like, the fabric kind of like opens up again. You notice that this dress is probably magical.
I think this would happen before I step out.
But you already stepped out, right?
Well, I think you would have noticed this first. Yeah.
So by the time I think I would figure this out pretty quickly and just try and adjust it to be more to my liking.
Make a quick arcana check.
Oh, great. Arcana. It's 11.
An 11. You do realize that this dress kind of responds to your thoughts. So, almost it feels some kind of fancy dress. You also notice that for a second you thought, oh, maybe like a little bit of like a cloak, and it kind of like gave you a little cloak for the dress, and then
Or
you
perhaps something like a pantsuit that you would imagine. Oh, perhaps a pantsuit would be more practical.
And then it would kind of like make pants for you in the same kind of like garment. And then when you think, and then it just disappears.
I guess I try some things out once I realized how it sort of works. But in the end, I think Naomi would still settle for a dress because she feels that that would be the best choice for what is to be expected for the dinner. And eventually, she steps out, and it's it's a fancy azure blue dress with on her, I'd say her right side is like the cut up on the side of the leg. It's slimming, sort of. It's very tight. Tight fitting is maybe not the correct word, but it
Well fitted.
well fitted, and just slightly revealing, but not too fancy.
You also notice, of course, a little price tag on the side.
Mm-hmm.
It says 300 gold pieces. But it also says also a little note that's like attached to it that's probably was missed by someone. It says clothes of many fashions. And then it says like a little note. It says P, double punt. Don't sell this any lower than 400 gold.
Oops.
Okay.
Like back and forth between these people.
Question: is there a student discount?
Okay.
But it's this magic item, just so you know. But it's not just the cloak; it's also other clothes. Just so you know.
Well, it's just clothes of many fashions.
Clothes of many fashions. When you step out, you're still dressing. What do you think?
Ooh, nice.
Fancy. Simple but fancy.
I love the color.
Me too.
I think you'll look great in it.
And I think
Thank
it's
you.
fancy enough for where we're
Yes,
going.
that would be the right from your.
I hope so.
Yeah.
It's certainly as expensive enough. If you ask me.
Are you comfortable in it?
Boy comes back in the meantime with like a box with all kinds of like earrings and rings. But continue.
Yeah. It's practical, so I'm comfortable enough.
Can you afford it?
Alright.
I can.
Do you think it's worth
But-
the price?
Are you interested?
Yes, I am
Oh.
interested.
Let me see. They just have a tag, and like he goes kind of like around you. Oh, no tag. I'll check the catalog. Wait, it's that one. Did you immediately notice that the boy is distracted and like, I think 200 gold pieces, right? Yeah, I think so. Your honor is being tested now. You know that this thing is more expensive.
I know it is twice as expensive, according to the subtag of the original tag that I saw. You said what? How much did you say?
Let's see. It's just simple red garment, no special magical qualities, I think. So I think it's 200 gold pieces. You know that that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I did find, and I pull out the tag of 300 gold. I did see that this was on it. It says that it should be 300.
Takes a tag, notices, of course, the own handwriting of P. Oh. reputation goes up because you're honest. 300 gold pieces then.
I've
Poor
paid it
boy.
300.
Still a discount.
Still a discount, yeah. I'll pay the 300.
No. Okay, like takes the 300 gold pieces, like lots of like coins, like puts them. Did you need something else, please?
But I personally not clothes wise, but I might go see your sister for something complimentary for this.
Oh, please do.
Please do.
And you come out. It's a little too wide. It's a little big, but it is a lovely color.
Well, and it also is like way too long, so like Talga is like holding the seams because otherwise she would step on it. So, you said something about a spell.
yes.
I'm
Hold
just
on.
trying to hold my laugh.
Hold on. Let's see. I'm going to. Oh, natural 20.
So, like, you know me well. Would you see that?
Yes.
Just tell me at the moment that it's not fit, or that it's the right fit, and he's casting reduce on it, and it's kind of like you feel it shrinking, and like it starts like at some point, of course, you feel that it's perfectly comfortable.
Stop!
Okay, now hold that thought, and now and then he starts like reading another incantation in a language you don't quite understand, and suddenly the dress stops glowing, and like you feel like, and it remains the way it is.
What language was it?
Does anybody know Abyssal?
No.
Abyssal.
I don't know.
I
Do any of us know Abyssal?
I don't think
No.
anybody knows
I don't.
Abyssal.
Never heard of that.
No.
Definitely not.
Well, that's excellent. And like the headdress with like basically half a scarf and like,
Oh, it looks great on you.
why, thank you, young man.
You look unusually fancy, my friend.
Well, sometimes you have to get your hands dirty, but Tolga does tend to wear fashionable things underneath her armor. So,
Now, that's true, but it's also a worker.
true, it's more practical. This is certainly more on the fancier side.
It's not a magical
It's-
dress, it's just simple dress in this case.
So, storehand. I didn't catch your name, but how much is it?
What was the brother of Safari named again?
Emil.
Yeah.
Melio. Or Meal. Meal! You can just say Meal.
Neil. Right. How much is this?
150 gold pieces.
Tolga is a dwarf. So, does he have a sense that he's overestimating the price tag on this dress?
You would be smart enough that there is definitely a little bit of an overestimation here.
Would Tolga be smart enough to know the awkwardness that she basically walked into?
Yes.
Sure. Why not?
Okay, like gives you 150, you give her 100.
Money
It
is-
is a lovely. But I'll give you a complimentary scarf.
Oh, that works even
It's
better.
kind of like desert silk, so it kind of like protects against sand.
Yeah, it's
That will work.
beautiful. Wat zei je? 150, ja?
Yes.
Yes. Why, thank you. I'll just slip out of it and then you can package it up.
Yes. And then in this case, you go behind the sheet. And now you. Can I help you with anything?
Yeah.
You take a
Rose-
look at the rings.
Rose is standing beside a long, dense, whirly red dress.
Ooh, it's a lovely color.
This with long sleeves, like extended.
It would fit your hair. I think.
Thank you. I thought it would too. I thought the pattern might maybe be slightly different because it's a bit restless.
Different pattern. I didn't have spells like that prepared yet. We can see if there's another dress, and like he just this case like pulls out a few other red dresses. More like this.
What am I seeing?
Okay, so in this case it's less busy, it's more plain, so like there's no like intricate pattern on this one, and then he pulls out one with more like kind of like a diamond shaped pattern on it, and he pulls out another one, and it kind of like has like all these kinds of like little sun symbols you've seen more around town.
Oh, I like the last one with the suns.
Ooh, it is a very pretty one. You want to try it on?
I want to try it on.
All right, then I'll see you in a month. You come back with your dress. I'll package it up. Don't worry. Have you looked at the rings?
Yes, I found this tiny bracelet among them. How much is this one?
First roll a d100 for me.
90.
Yep.
Dat 90 tellen.
The anticipation.
Of course it would be this item.
Oh no.
So you come back with kind of like fancy kind of like bracelets.
Mm-hmm.
So like decorative bracelets.
Mm-hmm.
And at the moment that you like touch these bracelets, they give you the same kind of like sparkly sensation.
Uh-huh.
What do you do with them?
Try them on.
Well, they are kind of like golden fancy bracelets. Kind of like look nice. They fit.
How much for these?
He makes a little intelligence. Oh god, natural one on his intelligence check. These are just simple decorative bracelets. Let me quickly check the catalog. Oh, they're just decorative. 15 gold pieces, I think. You definitely know that they're not worth that. They're definitely worth more.
Ripping off the poor boy. But since
he said that they don't have it, and I cannot completely trust my own senses.
you're from humble means, so you wouldn't be able to understand it.
Yeah, so alright, I paid 15 gold pieces.
You don't know yet what they do, but
No.
they feel special. So I'll keep this item on the side. It is a cape, but it's bracelets.
Oké, hold on, ik moet even rekenen. 280, 270
365.
en ik heb 282.
Dan
Ik kan,
67.
ik kan echt niet rekenen.
Well,
How does it look? How does it fit?
yeah, coming out. I
Lady indeed.
whirl around
Mhm.
to have to know how it feels for and
How do the others respond to her
Yeah.
dress?
Ooh, very fancy.
Looks nice on you.
Definitely.
it's not too flashy like all
No.
red.
Not at all.
I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of flashy people at our
I'm sure
dinner party.
we won't be the most flashy there.
That is a very fair point, and I love this dress. Thank you.
75 gold pieces. 75 gold pieces.
75. Yeah.
Make a quick insight check.
Lying his balls off.
Okay, that's
Well,
11
poor boy
plus 3
needs
is 14.
You sense that it may be slightly above average price.
Slightly above average. And
het is duurder dan dat het eigenlijk waard is.
okay.
But the question is, would you know that?
Yeah, would I? Important question. Am I getting into the restaurant like that?
Well, all
Yeah.
these clothes you would
Yes.
get at the restaurant.
These are all very fancy clothes.
I have a weakness for cute kids, so I'm gonna say yes.
Yay! Thank you for doing business. And in this case, also, well, take it off and then I'll package it all up.
All right. And this-
You are putting on these bracelets that feel somehow special, but you don't know exactly what to do yet. So
No.
you'll have to spend some time with them.
Mm-hmm. So
I think I undress the dress as well.
And then it's probably in the meantime.
It's very stupid.
Yeah.
361.
So Rose, did you get the gemstone?
Wait.
Even wat.
Oh, sorry.
Math is hard.
Yes.
And I haven't counted properly for years, so.
You take off the dress and he's going to package it
Yeah,
all
yeah.
up.
This, wait. Were you asking?
Did you get the gemstone that you went back for?
I did actually, and I got something for myself as well.
Oh wow! Did you pay the 60 gold
Yes.
pieces?
Heel de kledingzaak.
Very bad.
Minder reputatie.
Now,
Alles kapot.
Het is echt zo, maar actually zo. Oh, shit, no.
Zou mij kunnen opkomen.
Gelukkig heb je de...
No,
Ja,
I would show you, but my magic item is like a magic
Oh, it's
fan.
a magic fan.
Yeah, and
Cool.
a wind fan. Apparently, it's the kind man I spoke to had some pretty handy tip
Wow.
for it.
Cool,
So,
cool.
yeah.
But did you pay the 60 gold pieces for them?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I can
Actually.
give you the gold now if you want.
Yeah, well-
because here is like okay, I don't know if you do this on purpose, but
What?
because you made a deal, you only paid 40 for that.
I only paid 40.
Ja, because je hebt 140 goud betaald.
Ja, maar is dat
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you could do. Yeah.
fan misschien dit
echt dat het
Ja.
50 gold zou zijn.
50? Ja, zeg dat het 50 was.
Yeah, no, I think I'm not cut out for that kind of silent deals. Oh, actually, sorry, I forgot. I got it for 40.
Oh
So,
wow, really?
yeah.
Wow. Well, thank you. That's awesome.
Yeah, so,
I
Yeah.
give you the 40 gold pieces then.
yeah, sure, we're all good. It's, I hope you can, do something, useful with whatever we sensed inside of them.
Yeah.
Well, you realize that perhaps like you could go to the library at school and perhaps learn a spell from it that you could cast with this thing.
Yeah, and, well, we have the school library, so
Yeah.
we can find out.
Cool. I have a question for the boy. Do you
Just packing up the dresses. And
Yeah. Do you perhaps know a jeweler around here, or do you think you can know someone who can set this stone into a necklace?
Oh, my sister is great at that. Just go talk to her. Over there.
I'm not sure your sister will want to do business with me.
Oh, that's
um,
unfortunate.
You don't know any other jewelers around here?
My sister said that would be bad for business. So, no. You know he's lying, but
Yeah.
no,
Please?
no,
Please?
no,
Pretty please?
no.
But
Don't harass the little boy.
I will also buy this matching ring from you if you tell me.
Roll persuasion.
Acht.
It would be bad for business.
Do you know the spell for it then?
Maybe.
So you could do it.
I haven't studied it well yet.
Do you perhaps know something that I can say to your sister so that she perhaps will help me? Or perhaps I can show her that I bought something here? Will that help?
Well,
If been good customers,
like
right?
he comes out with bags with like the logo of the shop on it. So like,
I mean, yeah.
points at the bag.
Okay.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Just take it to the jeweler and
Okay.
she'll manage.
All right, but you have to come along with me.
We're
I
all- we're all
cannot be
Are
coming
you
along.
scared of this woman?
Well-
Is your sister so scary then?
She can be.
I actually believe you. Well, never mind. I suppose we'll just help you deal with the scary lady.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Yeah, thank you for all the
being
services.
so kind.
Yes.
I take.
Wait,
At
I
least
have
one.
one small question. Do you stand in the shop here all day?
No. Sometimes my sister comes along, but today is one of those days that she's selling gemstones.
So you do get to play.
Sometimes.
Okay.
And also, Mom sometimes shows up as well. Of course, she's around, but she's now right at home. She was a little sick today.
No. You took over for her.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Yes, thank you.
Well, we'll be off then.
Good meal.
Very good ending.
Good ending, yeah. There's no warlock ending.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, the question is, how did they get all those fancy gemstones? So,
Well,
Maybe that's the reason the mother is.
we know what your reputation is in the other world.
Mm-hmm.
Swindlers and thieves and
Also a little
I'll
itchy.
take. I think all the bags, unless everyone takes theirs. And
like, you have 4
Yeah.
shopping bags now.
oh,
Well,
We each have
Oh, she
our
has-
own bag.
no.
I have a
I have-
bag. Smaller one, but
yeah,
I have a
probably.
bag.
But like, you probably got an extra bag for the fan and the thing. So do you have all the shopping bags?
Yes.
Or would the fan maybe fit in my
It
my
probably
belt?
It probably would.
Yeah, just putting it in there.
I would really like to see if she has some fitting
Earrings.
jewelry.
Jewelry.
sure. If you don't own any of yourself.
I just sort of look down at my garments and say, "Do I look like I own jewelry?"
Well, given the little phrase on the side, I'll keep my personal opinion about it to myself.
It's fine, but I never really had a reason to, and now I feel like I have to.
Yes.
Well, let's-
Is this the first time you attend to more ladylike events?
Yes.
And so there weren't like any like parties or anything at home?
There were celebrations, but nothing like this.
I mean, celebrations, but just from. Well, first of all, I was much younger then, and yeah, nothing fancy, for sure. Just that village that celebrated.
It's a whole other world here.
If you wear those kind of garments from here over there, you would probably get hypothermia. It's a lot colder there.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
And
well,
after that, it's just been trouble for years, so no really anything.
no use for fancy stuff.
No.
That's fine.
Well, tonight
Hmm.
you'll be exposed to that anyway. So better get you something.
Exposed,
shiny.
yeah. Yeah.
Right. You were, but you bought something from her, so you can probably lead the way to the store.
Yeah, sure.
It's a little busier now on this little side of the road because there's, of course, other trade happening as well. But while you are heading into that direction, can everybody make for me a quick dexterity save to get quickly through this street and everything?
And dex save.
That's safe.
Yeah, I want you to make a dex save.
Oh.
50. Yeah, I had 13 plus 2.
If last
15.
session was anything to go by, I'm horrible at this.
You're falling face first in the mud again.
This time, no. This time I roll a dirty 20. No, yeah, dirty 20.
Yeah, go to 20.
14.
15.
Okay, because you rolled the lowest, this scene happens out. So the 4 ladies, you with all the bags, you are carrying all the bags, right? Or does everybody have one
No,
bag?
I think
Yeah.
I took them from the boy and just distributed them.
So while you're making your way slowly over there, pushing your past all the other people, at a certain moment, I quickly rule. Oh, Tholga. At one more
No.
yes. At one moment, while making your way through all the people, you're a little smaller, of course. So it's sometimes a bit more difficult. You're following after Kawakami, who's the tallest of you, I believe, and you.
I certainly am not.
According to my artwork over there, you are.
Yes. You're just slightly taller than
I'm 160.
According to my
Come
artwork over
on.
there, you're the biggest one.
I'm the biggest of the smallest.
Zijn we allemaal zo tiny, ja?
I don't know.
I'm a
Beetje sensitive.
Yeah, I'm 160. I usually play like 2 meters, but
Okay.
now it's just.
Making your way, you, Tolga, you bump into somebody, and this is you haven't met a lot of dragon folk, but along the way you bump into like a dragon folk who's like wearing kind of like armor, and like they dropped something, and they kind of like push you a little bit out of the way, like something that you would wear on your side falls over. Perhaps you drop the bag.
Oh, how rude!
Sorry.
I quickly grab my stuff because I think I'm being robbed.
Make a quick perception check.
Do I hear him say this?
Elf.
Or do I notice?
11. You quickly gather your stuff. This was not an intent to rob you. We'll get back to that in a little while. But when you, of course, like getting you up, he kind of like also like helps you. He gives you something that you had dropped. Sorry. And you notice that they're like he's wearing these kind of like arm protectors, but because you were looking at it, you notice like kind of like burn marks on his arm. And like you noticed one broken horn. Sorry. And he's holding something made out of stone, and quickly just gets up and just makes his way immediately through the crowd.
Are you all right, sir?
Doesn't respond.
Ah, rude.
You roll perception check. I'll give you advantage because Tholga is pointing this out.
That's slightly better. Perception 16.
So I assume that you would be moving a little bit forward in this case. You noticed that Tholga was pushed to the side, and a dragon folk was standing. You notice one big broken horn, but on their back you kind of also notice like burn marks, like into their red skin. And just, well, they make the way. Tholga is fine. She checks her pockets. She checks her coin pouch. Nothing was lost. And they quickly rush away.
Did you see that rude man?
I think those two would have missed it.
I don't. I mean, I'm not sure if he was rude. I think that it was odd, though.
Well, he almost knocked me off my feet. Of course he's rude.
It could be an accident.
Olga, die negeert dat comment natuurlijk. Kijkt nog even rond waar die persoon vandaan kwam.
They came from this direction, from the direction that you're heading into. He bumped straight into you.
Well, whatever then, I suppose. At least I didn't get the dress dirty.
That's a good thing.
Oh, yeah.
He did seem injured, maybe.
Yes, he looked like some sort of ruffian with like the broken horn and the burn marks. And...
Yes, the burn marks.
Burn marks? What are you guys talking about?
Huh?
Didn't you see the man, the dragonborn, the dragon folk person?
No.
No? There's a whole crowd. I think I missed him.
You're now making
What
your way
happened?
back to Paris' stand.
Just got knocked over almost. Very rude.
You have bought things over at our shop? Lovely!
Yes.
Yes,
we
your
did.
little brother was very helpful.
Oh,
It's so sweet.
Neil is such a sweet boy.
Very accommodating.
Can I interest into complimentary accessories, perhaps?
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
I have
Yeah.
earrings, necklaces, bracelets. Maybe something else.
I do look, take a look to see if there's anything that sort of matches the color a little bit.
Imagine kind of like a rainbow spectrum in front of you.
We just have everything there. Okay.
Roll a d100 for me.
Oh.
That is 38.
It's a D.
38.
Non-magical. Just simple.
It's not like I could afford more magical things, probably.
Nothing special about these, but they do look nice.
I just take it a while to take a look while I give them also time to respond.
Alright.
Now that we're here, Toga wears in her usually attire a nice little crest in her headdress. Is there anything that this strange lady has similar that she could put into the new one?
Do you ask her as well? Because this is not a mind reader.
No? So, okay. Oh, milady, do you have anything similar to this? I bought a fancy headdress and I wouldn't mind another accessory.
Let's see. Ooh, this is a little. I do have something, but this is kind of like very special. It may be a little bit out of your price range.
Well, what do you think my price range would be then?
700 gold pieces.
Oh.
This is a circlet of blue sting from the desert. So
Good grief, I don't need artillery on my hand. I'm going to a fancy party, milady.
oh, apologies, and she puts it away. I do have a rock. I could put in like a big gem.
You have a rock?
Oh, a gem?
Oh, yeah. Well, if you can make it into a
A
pin,
circlet.
like
It'll cost you.
or something
It's
like
that
a
special.
brooch.
It'll cost you. It's special services. If I need to cut this gem,
Do you not have a nice brooch or anything?
not
Or
something
even
for
a
you.
pin?
A pin. Well, I could have like a little pin, but that thing on your head is quite big. A little pin, of course, I have that. What color would you like? And it's like a little stone.
Is it above game something that
No, it's
similar?
decorative.
No, thank you. Then I'll just I think I'll just pin it up with this. Thank you very much. But a circlet of blasting.
Can I help you with anything?
Um,
Some nice earrings, perhaps? Necklace? Brooch?
I was thinking about a brooch,
A
yes.
brooch? Well, a little brooch, just like
Yes.
for her. Anything in particular? I don't know, a
Something
phoenix?
blue.
Something blue.
Something
Okay.
deep blue.
A mermaid?
A bit too watery.
Fish? A seal?
Like a blue heart or something.
Oh, a blue heart. Okay. Comes back in this case with like a kind of like blue heart with like a little bit of wings.
Excellent. How much?
Oh, this is just a simple accessory, considering that you've bought stuff. 10 gold pieces.
Deal.
Here you go. Did you still need something? No?
No, thank you.
Did you need something?
Well, actually, I saw a couple of earrings that I would really like to see up close. Something that matched the gemstone I was looking at earlier. How much are these?
Considering that you've bought some, your friends have bought something.
I did as well. Holds up the bag.
The smallest bag of the four, though.
Intelligence check.
Oh,
You just stole the bag.
Because you hold out the bank and there's wrinkling coming from it and
Yeah.
these decorative. Oh, you brought the bracelets.
I did, yes.
Oh, great. Oh, it's nice for Meal to make a big sale. This is still your chance to be honest. Otherwise, they may figure out later. Just know that this is an honorable position.
I got a good deal on them. My brother is a very good salesman. I see where he gets it from.
Mm-hmm. I'll make sure to check up on him with that. But great. Let's see. Pick out any of these little earrings. 10 gold pieces each.
I was wondering if you could perhaps make a good deal out of them and make a necklace out of the gem that she bought for me earlier.
Sweetie, you just said that my brother gave you a good deal. This is not a free emporium. This is not the free emporium.
Well, though, I was wondering if perhaps you could make a good price for the necklace and the earrings together.
Oh, I see.
That was what I meant.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're just decorative and they're simple, so 15 gold pieces. Which is
All right. Yeah, sure.
There you go, then.
Okay.
Hopefully a bit of better reputation.
Yeah.
Well, when she found out that we ripped off her brother.
I have a very
Hook,
wealthy
line, and
father.
Technically, she didn't.
Technically,
No,
I did not. The brother made a mistake.
The
Not
brother just said it's this much, and she said, "All right."
Yeah, I paid for what he asked.
He made a mistake, but
Again,
that still may be unfavorable to her later.
I feel obscene
I
amounts
have
of magical
a
energy.
very wealthy father who perhaps will.
Have to compensate for your mistake?
Yes. My mistakes. I paid what he asked.
While you are standing around at the stall, can everybody make a quick perception check for me?
I shall.
Kawakami gets advantage because she gets an uneasy feeling.
Okay, that's good because my first roll
What
was a
did you
natural
say
one.
Yeah, the
Perception.
Perception.
No, I'm too busy looking at
Yeah,
necklaces.
ik heb een 8.
5.
But the
I'm
hair-
way too busy looking.
aside
at
from the
stuff.
hairs on my neck standing outside, I just do it. I rolled a 1 and a 3.
Yeah.
16 plus 1 is safety.
So that would be 7 at best.
What?
Like, I think that Valga is just a little bit miffed that she doesn't have, that she sells a headdress but nothing for in it. So she's just looking around, maybe staring at, trying to find a stall.
A bit sulking.
Yeah. And I think with 5, I possibly could be for a moment sensory overwhelmed by the crowd on the market.
I think all I get is this sudden uneasy feeling while I'm sort of like my eyes are just focused on the necklaces in front of me. Unsure what to pick.
Suddenly, you find that red dragon porn as you notice a few hooded individuals making their way through the crowd. And you pick up on this because, well, you heard Red Dragon fall. You picked up on this. And because you rolled so high, I'll just give you an overview of how they look.
You were the one being pushed over in the first place.
Dressed in black robes. Heads are disguised, but like very light garment. They have kind of like snake marks. And they are definitely armed, making their way through the crowd.
Do they recognize the mark?
Make a history check.
Yeah. I don't. 5.
You don't. But you overheard this.
Oh, it is.
Yeah?
Dude,
Yes.
finish off buying stuff and then we have something to attend to, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe try the right hand ones, the much better color with your eye.
I agree.
She is right.
Okay.
Hmm.
So this is sort of like slightly more green tinted than, sort of like halfway between what the dress would be and my eyes.
Well, it does look great.
How much?
Oh, that's simple. 10 gold.
Okay. I hand over the 10 gold.
Thank you very much. Thank you for doing business.
Okay, so
Yeah.
what were you talking about?
Yeah, well, thank you for all your assistance.
Of course, dears. I hope we can keep this arrangement going. Sometimes, from time to time, I do get other things in store. And, well, if we keep these trades going, sometimes I can sell you even more better stuff. Like that chocolate.
I see. Well, thank you for your assistance today, and yeah.
What was it now? Embrace the sun or so?
Ja.
Een groet?
Embrace the sun, yeah.
Embrace the sun.
Embrace the sun, my
Embrace the sun.
dears.
Embrace the sun.
I put the necklace that I bought in the bag with the dress.
Mm-hmm.
While that,
What?
while that situation, she wanted to address this, you all kind of also feel a little hungry. Like, just for a light snack, perhaps. You haven't had lunch.
You saw that guy that rudely bumped me almost over, right? The skinny.
Rudely, yes.
Distinctly rudely. I heard those. See those people over there?
I try to look.
Well, you see hooded individuals all around you.
The one with the hood.
Well, there's hoods everywhere.
Well, that's not you. I saw several threateningly looking hooded people distinctly saying, "We're gonna fight. We're going to try and find the red dragonborn." So maybe we should help someone.
Yes.
They were heading in that direction.
Sure.
But do we help them or do we help the
Well, we
Dragonborn?
Can also call the god. We're not going to beat up some random person without knowing what they did.
Yeah, well,
We can also call the gods, but
the
Well,
thingies over there, the what's the thing called again?
The guards were also
Yeah.
there.
The Sentinel's office is over there.
well, do you even think we can meddle with such things? We just
Uh,
started our second year.
Yeah, but also we're carrying very expensive.
well,
Stuff.
that's true.
We can at least follow them, maybe.
Well, they were heading over in that direction, so let's head over there then.
Okay.
As Talga marches forward with determination.
And then Tolgar
I will follow Tonga.
realizes, well, what direction?
Is the shopkeeper coming with?
Oh no.
Do you want to buy some more?
We have other
You're
gemstones.
chasing us.
We have gemstones that can help you find them.
Locate object. Locate person.
Some scrying stones.
But from around this corner, you have no idea with which direction they went.
Well, damn it.
Could I maybe sense ahead? Like,
You
can I
can.
catch up on what he...
Well, you can detect the person, and you haven't met them.
No. Okay.
Well, did I see where the Dragonborn went?
Well, around this corner, because you bumped into him here, so you have no idea.
Can I can I remember if he wore specific did he wear shoes or was he barefooted?
It was barefooted.
Can I try and find tracks?
Now that's impossible. There are so many people walking here.
Well, we don't have many options, but given that they were heading...
Is there a way I can find some altitude?
Well, you could climb the Sentinel building.
I think
Yeah,
that would get
that's
us
not
into
gonna
trouble.
That is the like, it's kind of like a little bit of like a pyramid building, so it's the highest one. You could, and it has like for like people to get up across the roofs, but that is just higher altitude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
Thomas,
I
you
would
have a
I would
plan here?
probably know that that's not tolerated,
No.
so I wouldn't.
Well,
I was more looking for like a tree or something that I could easily, or maybe something I could stand on, like a barrel, or that I could at least have a slightly better.
Well, there are palm trees in the center of the square, so you could, but it's still a little odd.
yeah.
You may get a few onlookers.
Well, I think our best bet is to just tell someone at the Sentinel's
Yes.
office.
Well, why don't we do that?
You head to the Sentinel's office?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I switch map to the northern part, and I'll open up the Sentinel's office. In the Sentinel's office, of course, if it wants to open up.
Sentinel open.
You step into. Do you just step in like there's like a guard standing just in like next to it, or do you address the guard?
I think Naomi would probably address the guard.
I didn't see or
Raise the
sense anything, so I'm just gonna step backwards and let others handle it.
Talga here spotted some strange-looking, suspicious-looking
Yes,
figures
just a moment.
chasing someone.
Do we report a crime to you, or do we need to find someone with a higher rank?
You could file a report inside.
Thank you. As Talga just walks inside.
Okay. You head inside, and you recognize someone who's sitting there behind the counter. Your father,
Oh! It's wrong.
Rose.
Dad!
Hi.
Hi!
Oh.
Wait, what?
Hello!
It's so nice to see you. And like, he immediately does stuff. He's like kind of like fancily clothed. He has like a little bit of a fancier outfit. There's of course other guards around. There's like another clerk sitting next to him, like Rose, and like immediately like, how are you doing? I still wanted to send you a letter. Your school year started. Like blah 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 blah.
Yeah. It smells so good to see you. And it's from you work here now?
Yeah, I got fired from my last job, and I work here now, just as a clerk.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ask you here what happened. Good
Long
job
story.
on ending up here, Dad.
Mm,
Yeah,
I had a connection. I had a few connections.
you having a good time so far?
No. Lots of things have been getting stolen around the city lately. It's a little worrying, but it'll be all right. Just, it's a city of traders.
Lots of stuff to buy or steal.
Yep.
That is true. Yeah, actually, my friend might have some.
Yes, are
Something
you
about that.
one of the people that we talked to get a report filed?
Oh, one of those days. Oh, takes out immediately a few pieces of parts. Where did the crime occur?
Well, that's the thing. I got rudely bumped into by apparently injured dragonborn individual with red scales.
But that's a class 0 demeanor. If you want to file.
Hold on, I'm not finished yet. And shortly afterwards, I saw a few hooded figures wearing black cloaks with green snake symbols on them, saying something that they wanted to find the red dragon folk. Well, I can only assume they mean the same individual. So, I don't know if there's a crime going to happen, but I do believe someone is going to have a problem. Maybe you want to send out a few guards looking for these people.
Okay. Right, son. Were they? What was the symbol? What was that snake? What was ever that like? That symbol.
Kan ik dat goed reproduceren? Heb ik dat goed onthouden?
You had a high perception of it.
Well, Talga just grabs a piece of paper and draws an approximation.
That is a symbol of the sand snakes. That is worrying. But thank you. In this case, he kind of like rings like a little bell. Okay, there is no staircase, but these two ladies, a guard that they recognize, pops up because that was the guard that
Drove us.
drove you.
Was it the one that drove us to or back?
This is the guy that drove you back because at that moment when you were there at the vineyard, they switched the guards.
Mhm.
So it's the same guy that also approached all of you for that little incident with your uncles.
Hello.
Ladies, we have met before, haven't we?
Yes.
Yes, at the
The
vineyard.
The
The
wine.
vineyard, yeah. Yes, the vineyard, vineyard. Funny name, but how can I assist you? These ladies just saw... Yeah, again.
Wait, are we not supposed to say out loud that they're the stand snakes?
Yes, you can just address them, but they have been spotted before. Just be careful. We don't know a lot about their new
Well, it seemed that they were heading towards a wounded red dragon folk.
Chasing him, at least.
Yes. They mentioned something like that.
We'll keep our eyes up.
I presume they would stand out, so maybe you would want to find the person before the crime happens.
Thank you for reporting this, ladies. We'll look into it. And in this case, he then heads back, and Jonathan is like sighing. There's like so many things going on here. I hope that they all get to it, but Admiral disappears, and well,
What do you mean, hope he won't disappear?
no. There's so many things happening in this city. That's not what he said.
Oh.
There's so many. I hope he can help whoever this dragon folk is.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, Dad. I, with my friends, new friends, am going to a fancy dinner tonight.
Oh.
So we just shopped, and well, apparently we have some very important meeting to do. So
Ooh. I'm very proud that you're doing so well. And then, how's your mother?
low point.
Sorry, we'll talk later.
Yeah. It's
good to see that you've also made some new friends.
yeah. Just they seem like great people.
Well,
yeah.
it's a good thing that you're here because here I have a coupon for you. Today I can hand out coupons for 10% off with the Spice Boys. So here you go.
Spice Boys.
It's a restaurant not that far from here,
Thank you, Dad.
and you get a coupon for 10% off.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if we'll get in then, but thank you.
Well, I am getting hungry.
I can eat.
Yeah. That's
idea.
how many hours do you have to go today?
Well, I still have to work at least until sunfall, so around
Don't we have to be
3
at the restaurant at sun?
technically at 9, so a little bit later. It's an evening fest party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a gala.
Well, have good luck with everything here then, and
I'll see you soon. We'll catch up soon. I'll send a letter to you. I also heard something about water leakage.
Yeah. Our room sort of got totally water destroyed.
Oh, what about all your poems?
Uh,
I shouldn't have asked.
Equally destroyed, unfortunately.
Well, I'll see you. We'll talk soon. I still have
it's
27 other reports
it's
to make.
sweet of you to ask. It's just unfortunate that these things happened. I'll be seeing you later.
Yes.
Love you.
I still have 27 reports to make. I'll see you soon. Love you too. And then, so much paperwork. Like such a like,
Yeah.
I'm just imagining some other clerk just coming by, just adds to the
Yes.
to the stack.
17 more robberies. Oh,
Oh
no! So it's
I
like
love him already.
at the same time he's like going up in the world, but also going down.
Honestly, I thought this was the upper end of the city.
Yeah. Poor Dad.
But someone's
Having to do
carrying
with
the keeper.
so much trouble.
Yes, well, it's a large city. There's probably some things happening all the time. Unfortunately, the academy is not located in the inner ring.
No, but the inner ring seems pretty tight anyways, usually. So
Yes, well, I presume there's even less crime there.
We'll see it tonight.
yeah.
Where
And
are you
I'm
guys heading?
The Spice Boys.
Spice Boy. And
With your fancy Duke.
and I've left the office with a
Sadly.
definitely uplifted heart. Like,
Well, it seems your dad has moved up.
yeah, he seems like it could work. He could wrap his head around this. He'll be fine. He'll just has to settle in.
Yeah,
This
sure.
and
Are you guys heading to the spice boat?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then you walk out the other side of the Sentinels there. A little bit further up ahead, there is a fancy restaurant with like slightly tinted to the sides, the Spice Boys, and it has like 3 red dragon heads and like burning a little bit of fire, and like above a pan. Do you just head in?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose we'll
is there
just-
someone at the door?
No, it's the door's closed.
Yeah, but is there not no one standing there? Like,
No,
There's no
people-
outdoor seating.
There's people just passing by. It's only inside. And besides, if there's outdoor seating, that would be hot here.
I don't know, perhaps they have a
Inside would
canopy or
also be
something.
hot.
Yes, but at
Assuming.
least there could be an ice crystals, maybe. Cool
Yeah.
down.
we're
Or
Well,
an ice,
then-
ice luminary.
Ice, yeah.
rumbling bellies
Yeah.
heading in to the
Yep.
Spice Boys.
Yes.
I open the door.
And
I hold it open for the rest.
Thank you, Naomi.
So, when you step inside, in this case, a red kobold dragon folk just. Can I get you ladies a table?
Yes,
Yes.
a table for 4, please.
Follow me. Thank you for coming at the Spice Boys. And in this case, points you at one of the tables. There's other guests as well. But
Anyone we recognize?
make a quick perception check.
All of us?
Yeah, make a quick perception check.
See?
Almost cocked. 16.
15.
15, too.
Why am I rolling?
Who got the highest?
16.
16.
10.
15.
15.
There's nobody that you recognize inside here, but there are a few that stand out amongst the crowd here. At one of these bigger tables, let's see that the ladies sat here. There is kind of like a fancy fox folk sitting across the line.
That is,
A very fancy foxhole.
that is a cowboy fox.
Something like
More
that.
like a desert expert.
And there's like a few kobolds, of course, like serving around and like, now can I get you order? Okay, we're quickly gonna do this. So just tell me something that you like.
Just the house special.
All right, can I get you also now special?
Yes, please.
What can I get ya?
I'll have the prawns too, please. With bread.
Lovely. Excellent choice. Can I get you?
Salmon penne with a little bit of spice.
Ooh, lovely choice. It'll be in a few minutes. And like he puts like all kinds of like utensils on the table and like everything is in order. And like quickly heads out. What do the ladies want to talk about? Noticing, of course, other patrons sitting as well.
It's actually way too early in the year, otherwise we would have stuff to gossip about.
Yeah.
Well, can you tell me something about the academy? Because, well, I know nothing.
Oh wait, you do know nothing.
So,
Well, you
what
do-
can you
About
tell
the
me?
academy. of
What
course.
can you tell me about the academy and the city? Because I've not really been into the city.
Well, where have you been living then? Or does Einar keep his servants in his mansion?
Yeah.
Well, I do live in the mansion. Well, I did live in the mansion before I moved to the academy, and was sometimes sent out for a couple of errands, but not within the city. And
I
before
see.
that, I lived in a small town with my mother. So,
Oh, well, what was your small town like in comparison to here?
well, small, obviously. Simple, I guess. There wasn't all this extravagant, fancy buildings or shops. It was just simple life, I guess.
That's very recognizable.
Yeah, I knew everyone there. Everyone knew me. And that's basically all I've ever known.
Isn't that?
Hmm.
Didn't you find that boring at some point?
I did, yes, but I was mostly concerned with keeping a roof above me and my mother's head. So I did once dream of going to a bigger city or finding a better purpose for my life, but I never really had the chance before.
So this is like a sort of a dream come true for you.
I mean, sort of, yes.
Well, I can imagine it's something of a culture shock.
I mean,
Like
yes.
all the people and all
Yeah.
the things. And now we're even going to a very fancy restaurant.
Yeah, that for me as well.
Plates for everyone!
Yeah.
Like a kobold, like, chuk, chuk. Yours will be in a minute because the chef special is brought by the chef, of course. You'll love the spicy chicken, extra spicy. Great choice. Just that.
Did he say extra spicy?
Do you guys
Yes.
not like spicy?
I said
No.
spicy chicken, extra spicy.
Oh no.
Does Naomi like spicy? That spicy?
We'll find out.
You poor things.
I mean, Vita likes spicy, but hasn't.
How?
Can we at least get a drink on with it?
No drinks here, only flames.
Okay.
Yeah, so
So-
milk.
So only
there is-
spiced up.
There is like water, free
That's
water, just on the
Okay.
table.
That's
Water
not
is
Marcus
free in the
inspired
city.
at all.
Yes. So after a little while,
Can I get a fire-resistant potion, please?
then you should have gone to the herbarium. But after a minute, like 2 scorching hot pans are being carried out, and like there's 2 kobolds like having extra spice, like and like 2 hot scorching pans, stone bowls for the ladies. Make sure to add extra spice and some sambal and everything else.
I'm good. I would like to try it as it is first.
Good. Add some more. Okay. Excellent. And yeah, that's Marcus who then, that's Ruben who arrives. I hope you enjoy your dinner, ladies.
Well, you have a very good reputation here, so counting on it.
Well, you don't get all these markings by doing nothing. And he just like laughs while the kobolds are like all walk behind him back to the kitchen.
Unusual.
Oh, hope the
I take
reputation
a big
lives-
bite.
I wait for your reaction first.
Can't say.
Can't say you don't know.
I can't say.
That is a natural 1.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay. Just have
Okay,
fun. Just
I'll-
add 1 fire damage. You burn your tongue.
Food's so hot you get fire damage from it.
My turn next. I'm good. A 17.
Oh, it's really cold to you.
Oh.
Somehow
Oh.
that gem probably protects you.
Like no, you like you take a bite and there's like I think you would like notice because you and there's like little sparkly icicles coming from your tongue and like
I like this. This is so good.
and you just have your wonderful flavors. Can everybody while they're eating make a perception check?
Oh.
16.
Oh,
Um,
good. 6?
13.
Wilde nog zeggen.
Okay. As you're eating your dinner.
I see everything with the hotness. I just
There's just a
my
red,
eyes are this, and I see everything.
red fog around you.
You hear conversations in the background. Oh yeah, there is some kind of new archaeology project that I'm working on. It's gonna be so much fun. Ah, yes, indeed. And we can point out these maps. And have you thought about going through that road? If you visit there, then there's the oasis, of course. Seems to be some kind of map charting conversation and some kind of archaeology conversation that these 3 ladies are being distracted to. But you overhear someone sneaking out. Where are they? Sneaking out of this door. And leaving. Which was that same dragon folk.
The dragon.
Yes, it's very hot food, right?
No.
why do you think this is hot? God, this is great.
This.
I love this restaurant.
No. They're
No, it's
kobold.
No, that's the one that we saw in the.
Wait, that rude one.
Yes, that one that just left.
Oh. Why was he here?
I don't know. He came out of that door, and I just take another bite.
I just...
Another fire there.
Is there one of the kobolds nearby, or Kumras?
Kasrum.
Kazroom?
Oh, they're in the kitchen.
You there?
Huh?
Waiter?
Yeah?
What's that door over there?
Oh, just the storage shed. It connects to the back side of the building.
Ah, there are not people supposed to be in there, right?
No, just us.
I see. Thank you. Do we first finish our food, or do we go after him right now?
Well, it's a waste to just keep it here.
We can also just
Leave
bag
it.
it and eat it later.
Take a doggy bag with us.
Doggy bag.
Make the choice now, because of course,
Yeah.
if you
Doggy
take
bag,
too
will you
long.
chase it?
Waiter!
Yeah?
Could you pack this up, please? We'll pay, but we have to take it to go.
Yeah.
Oh!
We'll pay extra if you can do it
Within 2 minutes.
within 2 minutes.
Everything for money!
Everything for money.
There's the coupons.
Natural 20. Yes, they managed to, in 1 minute, like bowls, like, here you go. Plastic bags.
Coupons.
Okay. It would be 2 gold for each. Oh, 2 gold for each. Like it was fancy food.
I was just having a moment.
What do you do
I
now?
was enjoying my food.
I
Someone was dying.
I'm not. Delicious food.
Tears!
Breads in the face.
Right.
Sweating.
We'll just we'll come back here later. We'll take the stuff in the bags and we'll just walk outside.
And I'll try and get out. Yeah, and spot the dragon folk.
Can everybody make a perception check?
I mean, by now I must have an idea. 16 plus 8 safety.
Safety.
16.
11.
These 3 ladies all spot him currently kind of like standing here on the side, wears like a free water sprinkler. And
Well, Toga just walks over and approaches the person.
Same.
Mister.
wow.
Hello. Yes, I know you were rude to me just a moment ago, but I did spot a few people trying to find you. They wore like black robes with green snakes on them.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe you should go to the Sentinels, and we already reported the incident, so...
Over there! Get him! And he immediately starts rushing.
Well,
What
we
do you
were
do?
near.
How rude! Again! I was talking to this...
And these 3, of course, rush behind them. And what do the 4 ladies choose to do now?
Oh, can I
Well,
make
up to
a
the Sentinels,
clumsy
all right?
movement and try and tackle, like, accidentally tackle one of them?
Can I have my swords.
Mhm.
Can I sort of like lean on them? It's still sheathed, but just at the right moment, just turn and have them like smack into the swords, like trying to trip them.
Okay, both of
Soldiers?
you make a sleight of hand check. And you, because you're magic, you can
Also,
use
now
a...
it's get a natural one.
I want to cast Bolt Earth to make them trip.
Why do you want to make him trip?
Dirty 20.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Mold Earth. Mold Earth can...
I just stand a bit further at the back for what are you guys doing?
Okay.
Well, I
okay.
rolled a
It's
natural
in a
one, so I
5
probably
foot
just
cube,
tripped
so it's
over
only
myself.
1 individual,
You try to trip
and it
them, but
causes
you
it
yourself instead.
to
Yeah.
be
Then I'm
difficult
gonna help you
terrain. So, okay, what we're gonna do is that I'm gonna roll a dexterity saving throw against your DC, which is 13 or 12.
Spel save DC staat hier aan deze kant bij dit sheet. Nee, die staat
Hier.
hier. 12.
I'm sorry, but that's 19. Plus 4.
Ooh.
Damn it.
So in this case, you try, and there's one of these guys like a little dash almost, and they rush past.
Oh, that's
You
very
had a
true.
20. Okay, so I'll use a dexterity save 20 for this then. Like, ooh, natural 1. You trip one of them. I'll give you 1 second to do something. What did you have?
An A.
Well, what is your Arcana modifier? I think 2. 1.
Nee,
3.
Arcana bovenin.
Plus 4.
Plus 4.
Yeah.
Okay, then they can only fail on a 1, but we'll roll for it. No!
Is that an A?
Yeah! Okay!
You are so clumsy that it successfully. You
I failed successfully.
you failed your task.
failed. So successfully that my dice said it was funny. So you trip the second one, but they quickly get up. But basically, this guy rushes ahead, but these two are slightly slower now, but they quickly rush ahead. Are the 4 ladies going to rush as well? Are they rushing after
I
this
am if
situation?
they will.
I sort of.
I don't know
Look
what
at
we're rushing
Olga.
here for, but we'll leave it up to the Sentinels.
We were the ones that sort of reported it together-ish,
Yeah.
mainly.
This is-
Try and gaze your facial expression. Like,
Okay, stop.
do we go?
Because this is a split-second decision. I just want your opinion. Are you gonna chase or leave it up to the guards? Nobody else. What would Naomi do when she sees this?
I would probably chase.
What would Vita do when she sees this? Nobody else's opinion.
She has no idea what's going on, so she wouldn't chase, only perhaps choose to chase if she sees the other ones chasing.
What would Tolga do when she sees this happening?
If I can prevent a crime, I will.
Okay, you are slower.
Yeah,
Say
I
Jason.
have fun-sized legs, but I will do my best to keep up with it.
Rose, it makes you feel uneasy, but, well, this is a sentinel job more, but would you go in a chase? Would you go after this, seeing something happen?
One fast above game in a split decision thing is. Will we get in trouble with the Sentinels if we do this?
You could, but you could also explain yourselves. It depends on the situation. You see someone being chased by obvious kinds of criminals?
We reported him ourselves.
I know, but the guards are busy everywhere.
Fine. I'm supporting my friends.
Then I go back to you. You're rushing.
Yes.
What do the 3 do when they see her rushing?
Wait for me! As Tolga
Starts rushing.
activates her armor and starts rushing after her.
Because that means that we are effectively going into a little chase. There is no map for this, so we are
Theater
doing
of the
this in a theater of the mind situation. And I will-
But I am backup. I'm not going
No,
in
I
front.
imagine that the situation would be something akin to this. You would probably be close to me, and you would be behind.
Yeah, I'm not overly motivated.
En dan hebben we hem, Henk en Piet. En waar is de Dragonborn? Nou, die heeft Max al gepakt.
Well, this looks already in kind of an ideal situation. So this is in Theater of the Mind. Tolga is slightly slower, of course. She will always be slightly slower. So
I think she would. She
Well-
would chase before.
I
Yeah.
would chase
One of
after
Or
Naomi,
perhaps
but
like
Vita, I imagine that Vita is faster than me, so either we're probably close by each
Yeah.
other.
The way I thought it, you meant that you chase immediately afterwards, and both of you would chase only if we would.
Ja,
So
yes, so
they would have to
perhaps-
catch up.
Yeah.
ik sta
there
bij
is one problem.
Vita.
who has the fancy shopping bags and the goodie bags with the food?
I do. I'm not fully supporting the chase anyways.
Okay.
You have all the bags then.
I suppose so.
This is
Okay.
going through the streets of the city, so I'm going to describe a few situations that occur. And this is the first turn, but first everybody rolls for initiative. Because this is technically combat.
15.
What do I need initiative? I've got 16.
Dirty 20.
21. Ooh. Okay. Okay. So, in this situation, you're all rushing and like you're making your way through. Kawakami, you are coming up into a situation in where you kind of have to make either a left or right through like the same way. Left or right?
Right.
Okay, right. Make a quick dexterity check.
Just a check, not a save.
Yeah, just a quick dexterity check.
11.
An 11. That's enough to quickly jump over like 1 or 2 boxes. You're slightly catching up to at least one of them. Vita, Rose, your turn is simultaneously. Rose, you are carrying all these boxes and all these things, so I'm going to give you disadvantage. But at some point during this chase, you either have to go left or right. Noting probably that Kawakami went left. You went
Right.
Right.
Well, it's no use to go in another direction. So.
Okay, make a dexterity save with disadvantage because you're carrying all the stuff.
Yeah, carrying all the
Dexterity check.
Not
Check.
Ja, je moet nog een keer rollen, want het is met disadvantage.
But what did you roll?
3.
Oh,
Wat is dit?
17.
then
Dan
it's
is
a
het een
3.
3 met je dex.
Met mijn dex.
Gewoon het grote nummer op daar staan. Er staat dexterity bovenin.
Oké, dus 14.
Nee.
Nee,
Ja.
it's plus 2.
5.
5.
Okay,
Yeah.
Rose, Vita, you also have to make a left or a right.
I think she would go left.
Okay, left. Make a dexterity save.
Oh, save!
Make a
Deze wel een
save.
save.
Yeah, you need to save.
It's not bad.
12.
Okay, so with a 12, you nearly get bumped into like a guy walking around with a camel. And you, with a 5, unfortunately, all those goodie, like doggy bags,
Yeah.
well, they're spilled over the ground and you fall prone. And you make your way and you get a little bit closer, catching up to Thalga. Okay, that guy is rolling.
It's for the sign. I knew this wasn't a good idea.
Thalga, left or right?
2 went right, 1 went left, so I also go left.
Okay, dex save.
Oh, dat is gunstig. Dat is 13 plus 2 is 15.
Where you see that she almost ran into the camel, you just whoop, and you keep running.
I can just walk underneath it.
You can just like you just make a slide of the ground.
Well, my armor is like always on, but now it's active, so I just.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Acid bolt! Acid bolt! And like you notice that they're flinging spells at this guy by now. But they're not directed at you, but you spot this. What would be Naomi's first reaction?
Is it the one that I'm catching up to as well? Is it, or is it all 3 there?
It's all 3 of them.
all 3.
Well, it's these 2 and the leader is still like holding something up. You notice that some of the acid bolts are hitting some of the buildings. While you're already making your way out of the city almost.
I would probably shout as loud as I can. Do the guards have a specific name?
Sentinels!
Just sentinels.
Yeah.
I would probably shout out loud sentinels and keep on chasing to try and catch up.
Perception checks. Oh!
Niet jij.
Guards. The guards needed to make a perception check.
Okay.
Jij hoeft niet.
A 2 and a 3. Your shouts are not being heard right now.
They're eating.
I try to
They're having lunch.
I try to sort of like time it as one of them shouts acid ball. It's just sentinel. Try and time it perfectly.
Make an intimidation check. Or persuasion. Whatever you want.
That's both shit. Yeah, that's 5.
What? Ugh. Stay away! Stay out of it! None of your business! You hear this being shouted by the guy in front of you, and they still rush forward. Are you still giving chase?
Yes.
Okay. Vita, you rush forward. You have an opportunity to kind of like make you can puzzle snag. But oh wait, you don't know the layout of the city.
No.
Sorry. Rose, you come up somewhere not that far from the
I'm
Cursebreakers
prone.
Academy. Oh yeah. Get yourself up. You get yourself up, and you, of course you're all the way back. But during your chase, you got yourself up. There is for you an opportunity to make a detour.
Okay.
Well, not a detour, een afkorting.
Shortcut.
Shortcut, maar je moet wel even op het hekje klimmen.
Met alle tassen nog in je hand.
Well,
Niet alle tassen meer.
Niet het
Alles
eten
in
meer,
je
maar alle
shopping bag.
andere tassen wel.
the doggy bags are gone.
Now, I can handle a few dresses.
Or you could fly.
I could fly. Can I fly in this case?
You have your wings.
You have your
No.
wings.
Yeah, well, it's sort of the rule. It's a case of emergency, right? Or can I just call upon it right now?
Yeah, sure. Do you want to?
Yes.
And what is your belief at that moment?
My
You hear
belief-
spells being cast, and you definitely have the feeling that something dangerous is happening.
I believe in the support of my wings is whatever's going on. I want to sort this out and get back to school. Help my friends.
Let's have you fly up, in this case, with like a bird's eye view, so you can fly for 1 minute. You do notice that this guy is running out of the city and at least has been hit by an acid bolt once. So you notice that he's rushing through the city.
All right.
You are in a bird's eye view right now.
Yeah.
You can still do something. You could attack. You could point the way for the others. What would you like to do?
What I would like to do. What's the most advantagey thing to do right now? Naomi wants to give chase the most.
You could point out a little shortcut if you want to.
Yeah.
Or you could perhaps shout at the guy, or shout at those criminals. You could even blast them.
But would she? Because they are not attacking us
No.
Yeah.
yet.
Calling out to Naomi and pointing out a shortcut.
As you over there,
Well, go.
you'll get advantage on your next thing in the third round.
Naomi, you can go over there.
Okay. You spot somebody
Yeah.
flying over. You at some point notice there's like a little alleyway to the side.
Mm-hmm.
Do you go to the alley or just follow through?
Does the alley look like it might lead me closer?
Probably.
Then yes.
Okay, make a quick. Yeah, I think this is kind of like dexterity. So dexterity or athletics.
Zo dichtbij.
Oh.
Heb je je kaart nog?
Ja. Dus dit is... Maar dat komt er nog bij dan of niet? Of is dat gewoon mijn rol dan?
Dat komt erbij.
Oké, dus... Wat zei je nou net? Athletics of...
Acrobatics.
5.
Plus 10.
Ja.
15. Okay. You quickly. Like it's almost as if you feel like a little fiery effect coming from your feet, lifting you over the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that you kind of like catch up to Kawakami slightly a little bit more, and it's at the moment you see one of them like rush by you while you stand at the edge.
Okay.
You are in a position to cast a spell
Yes.
or do something.
I have an idea. I'm not sure if it will work, but I could try and cast Thunder Wave on them.
Okay, there's at least one guy in range because this is in a chase.
Yeah, it's like 15 feet, so...
Can I help
it's-
with guidance?
Dat zijn 3 vakjes, toch?
It is an attack, that is a save.
It's sort of a combat, right?
Yeah, but you can't help with guidance on this.
Guidance is for ability checks.
Het zijn 3 vakjes, toch? Voor het Thunder Wave.
Yeah, you could definitely hit one guy that is kind of like passing you by, and you could.
I'll try.
Dus,
Well,
Even kijken, het is plus 5.
Nee, ik moet dat doen.
Oh, ik dacht
Ja.
dat ik eerst mijn attack roll moest doen.
Nee, voor Tunnelwave niet.
Oh, oké.
Dat is een Constitution saving throw.
Oh ja, het gaan ze erbij zetten.
Of
Ja.
een strength save.
17.
Ja, dat gaat over je ding heen. So
Het is wel
you,
half damage.
you try, but
Ja, is dat
one of the guys does take damage.
Nice. 1d8 dan. Ik blijf
Nee,
op 2d8.
ja, of tweede jaar. Halveert.
Hold on, Thunder Wave, 5e.
Dit is een d8, toch?
Ja.
2d8. 100 2d8.
10. Dus de helft is 5.
Ja, dat wordt een all-part What the fuck? And like, this chase is still going on and you follow after them. Stay out of this! Now it's their turn. Would they attack you? I think they would.
On top of a building. Oh, by the way,
Well, you're
was
not.
een level 1 spel.
Oh! Wild magic.
Yeah.
D20. I rolled a big one. Nothing happens. Just nothing happens this time. Stay out of this! And yeah, they're gonna cast a spell at you. Because this isn't a chase. Yeah. 5 doesn't hit you.
No.
This spell does not have damage. So what you notice is like this kind of like acidic bolt is just coming right at you. Ah! Duck! You have been noticed now.
Okay.
Valga, at one moment you do hear Rose shouting, "Go to the side." Do you go?
Yes. And I wanna, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Make a quick acrobatics or athletics check.
Acrobatics wordt het dan, maar... 15 plus 2 is 17.
With your suit, and you just quickly jump over it. You kind of like end up at the same crossing where Rose would be, or where Vita would be.
Bonk.
You are also in a position to cast a spell.
Ja. Hoeveel zie ik er? Van de
You would see all 3 in this straight line right now.
Okay. I cast Magic Missile and I throw a bolt at each 3 of them.
Okay. Roll your damage.
Dat is 5 damage voor de voorste. 5 damage voor de middelste. En 2 damage voor de verste.
Okay. This guy, because he was surprised by the last spell. But the other 2 shields. Okay, and you have definitely been noticed. That guy you spot from all the way up in the sky. What's going on? And you notice that they're running outside of the city in the direction of the Marian ruins. Would you, while you're flying over there, and this is of course in a chase, so your minute is really fast, would you shout out to them or would you do something?
I don't know what his intentions are.
Well, getting away.
He's getting away.
Make a quick perception check.
5.
Okay. You know that they're holding something,
Yeah?
but you don't see what because you're from the back.
Yeah. I don't know. I need a little above game help. I don't know what to do with the situation.
Imagine that you're kind of like above, like that you above the lucht zit, and there's people being chased.
Yeah.
What would you do? Would you throw a spell? Would you try to trip them? Would you try to heal that guy that is walking in front? You can do that as well.
You could even try to get in between of those 2
You could.
and block them. That's dangerous. Huh? YOLO.
YOLO.
I'm not prepared to do YOLO before my first class. I'm calling out to the Dragonborn and warning him that I have healing spell coming if he wants it.
Okay, do you cast the healing spell?
Yes.
Okay, which one? Healing words, I assume?
Healing word. Was
Yeah.
it healing light? Healing word. What was it?
Well, healing light is touch.
Healing light to touch. Healing word. Yes.
Oh no, healing light is your special ability that you
Yeah.
can do. If you heal him, he'll be in a better condition.
Yeah.
Okay, well, tell me what the ability does.
I steady myself at a enough. Oh wait, this is in the air and
Oh, you need to touch him.
need to touch him. Oh,
You can't use this.
can't use this.
Then you can use healing word.
What? I don't recognize that one. Do I have healing word?
Yes, you do. I know that you do.
I think you do, yeah.
I think you do. I thought that you had healing word.
Wait, can I retract it and do a different one?
Yeah, you can do. You can retract. We'll get back to that because you were supposed to have healing word.
Okay, so I think instead I'd like to, if I can do it without touch, and you can see within range, throw a hex at the bandits chasing the dragonborn.
Okay, and then the one in front or one of the two in the back?
The one in front.
Okay, Hex doesn't require anything. However, that means that you'll need to attack it, because Hex, of course, is bonus damage, but perhaps it's intimidating enough, as you, in this case, cast the incantation and, like they get marked.
What ability does...
Yeah.
What ability do you reduce? Strength, Dex, Constitution, Wisdom, Charisma.
Constitution is like the vital stuff and the condition and stuff.
Yeah, probably.
That would help in not being able to run as fast.
Then I would recommend Dexterity, because they make saves too.
Okay, yeah, dexterity.
Okay. Moving on, we're getting into the third round. This is the last one. You're catching up slowly. You are barely behind one of the guys.
Mm-hmm.
What do? You can attack.
Am I in range of him?
You could be in range of a melee attack.
Then I will, seeing as I think I did see the spells go off from both Taga and Vita. I think I would myself use my heightened sense, the one in front of me.
Okay.
And then proceed to attack. There it is. That would be a 9.
Sorry. That's not gonna hit. In the chase, you are slashing, but you completely miss, only like getting a piece of the garment.
Then I will action search. And try again. For a 10.
Sorry. No. You but you missed twice. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Vita, this is your opportunity to do something. You can cast a spell. You can just, as if you're in combat.
The hex only works if she attacks.
Only she.
Okay. I think I will also try and hit that one. So this one.
The leader. Okay.
With the Ray of Frost.
Ooh, slowing them down.
Yes.
Make your attack roll.
13.
Does not hit. It goes straight by him. Very sorry. Anything else? Bonus action?
No, not really.
I do believe that you I can't really fully see, but I assume since you're basically on top of them, you'll have that one covered. You just threw a ray of frost. I was actually thinking the same thing, but yours didn't connect. So I try again and I show a ray of frost at the leader-looking guy.
Okay, go ahead.
So that is an attack roll. Wat is mijn spel attack bonus? Is mana plus 4. Dat is 17. Raakt dat? Please say yes.
Barely.
Barely. Oh my god.
Dat dacht ik al.
And like in their back.
Een lekkere 1d8 frost damage en zijn movement is reduced.
Okay, their movement is reduced.
Dat is 6 frosty damage.
Okay, so this chase is not just 1 minute. This chase is a little bit longer. So eventually, that one guy is slowly slowed down. They have definitely noticed you now. But what we're gonna do is... What happens is that eventually you reach this place. I think the ladies have all caught up to each other. Your wings end, because it's longer than a minute.
Thought as much. I didn't want to say it.
And we now get into this situation. However, this DNAS, meaning that we're going to end the session for today, and we're going to pick up at this situation. We're going to re-roll initiative at the start of the next session, and we'll get back into this situation next time.
Okay.
Exciting!
No.
We can finally murder some people
Yeah.
whilst looking fabulous.
You mean we can save someone?
Oh, what violence! I'm a dwarf! Nee.
Oh.
Do I keep these?
Yeah, you do. So put them into your thingy.
Yep.
We're playing wannabe heroes already.
I am lawful good. I would try to save this person. Besides, as I said, what better way to solve crime than prevent it from happening? And perhaps commit crimes yourself by hurting people. But hey, the end goal is the
Details?
no.
The end goal is the same.
Tolga would be inclined to save the poor, rude Dragonborn and then put him to justice.
I had thought that we perhaps made a little bit more progress, but it's fine. It's all right.
It's bijna altijd.
It's always. But,
That's
yeah.
not on you though.
No. But we'll be picking up with a combat session at the start. So prepare your spells. We'll get healing word checked with you. But next time, be prepared for combat.
Okay.
So please know your spells.
No.
I only have 2 spells, and one of them I can't
Well.
use anymore.
We're definitely in the action again, so
What?
I cast Greatsword.
I guess. Stab.
I cast stab.
What did we think of today?
Nice.
Fun?
yeah.
It was made casual, like a...
Ja, maar dat had je gezegd. Maar dat is ik vind dat niet erg. Ik hou
Ik ook
ook wel een
niet.
beetje
Ja.
good old-fashioned roleplaying.
Het is niet dat het saai was of zo.
And fancy dresses.
Ja.
Shopping spree.
Ik had dus nog stress.